throttle up.
Discovery, roger, go for deploy.
Thanks to you and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Welcome to America's Spaceport, the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where in just about 4 hours from now, that Dragon spacecraft sitting on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that you see right there will launch Crew 7 to the International Space Station. And will carry all the action streaming in 4K. Welcome everyone to our launch broadcast. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. We are so happy to have you here for this countdown this evening.
Thank you very much, Daryl. It is wonderful to be here tonight at the Kennedy Space Center.
Now, for those who don't know, Jessica Meir, she is a veteran of the spaceflight program, and I want to show some video right now. This is 2019. This was the 221st spacewalk for Space Station Assembly, but it was the first to be conducted entirely by women. And Jessica Meir is one of those women that you see there in space. She partnered with fellow astronaut Christina Cook. They replaced a battery charge discharge unit, but it was a huge milestone for NASA. 2 years later, here she is in a lower profile role, the astronaut support person for Crew 2. There she is, number 38. She's in the SpaceX Ninja suit. And she was not only in the suit-up room, but she also traveled out to the launch pad with the astronaut, made sure she took all her pictures, right? Making sure she's documenting everything right there. There you see her at the top of the launch tower as Crew 2 astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur made their way into the capsule. And of course, you helped facilitate a lot of things right there. Nice view that you see there. She's with us today, and you bring a lot of experience to the table, Jessica, and we hope to learn from you not only your experience as an astronaut in space, but also in what you did during the suit up for Crew 2.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. Those are some really nice memories, so it's nice to see a little bit of footage of that. This view from the suit room that you're seeing now of the current crew, Anne McLean is the astronaut support person, the ASP, that's in the role for our office, just like I did back in that previous video for Crew 2. So we are part of that team of the SpaceX Ninjas, helping the crews with those last preparations, getting into their suits, doing all the pressure checks, making sure that everything is proceeding nominally towards our launch. And it's nice because all of those other ninjas down there in those black suits, those are all SpaceX personnel. But the key is that we wanted to have some member from our NASA astronaut office there as well to still be supporting the crew for anything that they need. So that's why we have one NASA astronaut integrated with the team there. And as you mentioned, we actually go all the way to the launch pad as well. So at that time point, when we are up on the launch pad, getting ready for that final ingress, we're the only NASA person that is there at that moment. SpaceX, of course, we completely trust them to get everything ready for us for launch day, but it's nice to still have a representative body there for anything that is needed during that time period. So you'll see Anne McLean in a couple of these shots. I didn't see her number. Did you see her number there?
She is number 21 in the space. I haven't seen her pop into camera yet.
21, there she is right there, actually just to the left behind the people in the front.
Oh, there, yeah, good eye.
Yeah, and another one of my 8-ball classmates.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, Anne McLean, of course, spaceflight veteran herself, most recently as flight engineer on the International Space Station for Expedition 58 and 59. Twice a lead spacewalker herself during her 204 days in space, and as you mentioned, a fellow 8-baller. So we've got Crew 7, and those 4 crew members are currently in the 4 seats, which are, as I'm told by SpaceX, these are just like the seats inside Dragon. They are molded exactly the same, and they are doing their suit checkouts.
Yeah, that's right. So right now they are in that same position. It's the same seat as you just mentioned. And the key there is that they are they have an interface of the umbilical line that is attached to their suit. So that is what they need to do to perform the pressure checks. So all of the gas, the air for the suit will come in through that line. They have their communications port through that line as well. So they're seated comfortably, getting ready, making sure that the integrity of their suits is all in check. You can see Jasmin Moghbeli there with her visor down.
And the suit inflated, right? 'Cause,
Exactly, yeah. So she is in the midst of her pressure check and looks to me like everything is going well. But of course, we want to make sure that those suits have good integrity in the event that we would ever have to use them on board the vehicle. There's Andy Mogensen sitting to her right. His visor's still up, so it looks like perhaps his test has not been initiated yet. And I believe they do perform these one at a time. So Andy has a few minutes there just to kind of relax. You can see the Danish flag on the left of Andy's suit because he is a European Space Agency astronaut, and he is from Denmark.
Yeah, one of the, I believe, the first astronaut from his country to go to space. Of course, he was on the ESA Iris mission. And we'd like to tell you more about these astronauts. But first, of course, we want to tell you that a lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and a static fire of the rocket earlier this week, for those of you who are following along. You also know we stood down from yesterday's launch attempt for additional data reviews. But for now, all systems are looking good for launch.
So we mentioned Andy, the Danish astronaut. He did have a flight previously. I think you just mentioned that, the Iris mission. It was a 10-day mission on board the ISS. So this is really exciting for him because this will be his first long-duration mission.
And let's roll through the astronauts right now and our one cosmonaut and introduce you to the crew. We'll start off with Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli. There she is. She hails from Long Island, New York, and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She also has a master's degree in aerospace engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School. Graduated with honors from the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School, and as an AH-1W Super Cobra pilot and Marine Corps test pilot, she's flown more than 150 combat missions. In all, she accrued 2,000 hours of flight time in more than 25 different aircraft. At the time of her selection as an astronaut, Moghbeli was testing H-1 helicopters and serving as the quality assurance and avionics officer for VMX-1. She is also the proud mom of twin girls. And she goes by the call sign Jaws, right?
Yes, she does. Most people in our office do refer to her as Jaws, and those girls are extremely adorable. So I'm sure that they are getting very excited to see their mother lift off to space.
In fact, she's taking 2 stuffed dragons with her up into space as part of her personal flight kit. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit, but each dragon for each twin girl. And now you're looking at Andreas Mogensen. This is pilot Andreas Mogensen's second trip to the space station. His first was as the flight engineer for the ESA Iris mission in 2015. Mogensen has logged 9 days, 20 hours, and 9 minutes in space. As Jessica mentioned, he was born in Copenhagen, Denmark, and graduated with an international baccalaureate from the Copenhagen International School, a master's degree as well in aeronautical engineering from Imperial College London, and a doctorate in aerospace engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. In 2015, Mogensen became the first Danish person, as we mentioned, to go to space and is currently serving as the European Astronaut Liaison Officer to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston.
So Andy actually goes by the nickname Hollish sometimes.
Hollish.
Yeah, he played rugby. He's a big rugby fan. He played rugby at UT Austin, and his crewmates gave him this nickname because of all the confusion among Americans between Denmark and Holland. So Hollish was the name there. You know, you have the Danish and the Dutch, so that's confusing for a lot of people. So they birthed that name Hollish.
They gave him one word, yeah. And now you're looking at mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa giving us a big wave and a big smile and the thumbs up. His interest in space began when he was just 5 years old and saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. He was also a fan of the Japanese TV space hero Ultra 7. His professional career, though, began as a medical doctor. It's always good to have a medical doctor on board.
Absolutely.
But after seeing a news report about Japan auditioning for new astronauts to do science experiments on the ISS, he decided that he would apply. And he was selected by the National Space Development Agency of Japan to be an astronaut candidate in
Core on countdown
1999.
at T-minus 3 hours and 46 minutes. Suit donning and checkouts are complete on schedule.
All right, so they got the suits and they're all checked out. Finish up with Satoshi. His first mission to the ISS was as a flight engineer for Expedition 29 that launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in 2011.
You know, Daryl, I also hear that Satoshi is a ramen master. So
Oh.
perhaps he'll have some culinary expertise up on the ISS.
Well, I'm sure as someone who has spent time in the ISS, that would be greatly appreciated by the fellow astronauts.
Oh, absolutely. A little bit of variety to the food system is always appreciated. And each agency
And
actually
core on
sends up some of
countdown.
their own
Advanced
foods.
team is in the white room on schedule.
So they may have some Japanese treats. I'm sure they have some Japanese treats packed away for this mission. I flew with Italian astronaut Luca Parmitano, so we had an Italian meal one night with the entire crew. And those kinds of things are really great for crew morale, you know, bringing everybody together, the entire crew on board the space station, and having a meal together just like you would with your family or friends back home.
I hear so much about the time spent around the meals where you're not working and you get to just debrief and share your experiences of the day with your fellow crew members. Last but not least, mission specialist Konstantin Borisov was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018, and this will be his first trip to space along with Jasmin. He has a Bachelor of Economics from the Russian Academy of Economics, a Master of Science in Operations Research and Systems Analyst from Warwick University in Coventry, UK, and a Master in Aircraft Life Support Systems from the Moscow Aviation Institute. He has worked for companies such as Volvo and the Boston Consulting Group. He is also an experienced freediving instructor and an international freediving judge.
You know, he even had a training session with Jaz and also her classmate Laurel Hera, who will be launching on the Soyuz in September and joining them all up there. He gave them a training session, and apparently they were pretty good breath hold students. So
Really?
who knows what they'll be up to up there.
That's not easy to hold your breath for, 2 minutes.
It is not, but you know, humans are trainable, and I would say astronauts are particularly trainable. So give us a mission like that and a few techniques, and I guess they're well on their way.
As you're listening to all this great information and insight from Jessica, we want to invite you, the audience out there, to participate. If you'd like to ask Jessica a question over the next 3 hours, jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA. We look forward to hearing your questions, and Jessica looks forward to answering them tonight. She is a wealth of information.
You know, Daryl, we talked tonight about how this is probably the first time that we've had 4 crew members from 4 different countries, at least on a Dragon capsule. And another
And
interesting
core on
fact
countdown.
is that
Advanced team is proceeding to open the side hatch on schedule.
none of the 4 crew members were even born in the U.S. So even Jasmin was born in West Germany before she came to the U.S. So pretty interesting, a truly international crew that we have here. And I know that that's something that they really take a lot of pride in.
That's a great point about this multinational crew, and each of them, because they come from a different country. Great point about the multinational crew, and because each one of them comes from a country, each one of them has a large support crew, right? Including a flight surgeon from that country. So for the launch and recovery director, that's a large, this is the largest total number of crew, not just for the actual Crew Dragon, but we're talking about for the support systems, both on the boat that goes out to recover them, as well as the emergency operations that are standing by to support in case anything happened.
Yeah, that's a great point. Of course, we rely heavily on all the people on the ground. You know, we're the faces that you see up there and the ones that get to wear the suits and go to space, but it truly takes a huge team of all the individuals that support every aspect of our space flight. And as astronauts, we never forget that. And this crew probably has an incredibly extensive network all over the world as well. You know, we talked about how international they are. And Kostya, Konstantin, he's lived in 4 different countries. Andy's lived in at least 8 countries.
Wow.
So a lot of people that they've touched, I'm sure, along the way. I love the story. You know, Andy actually worked in the oil industry in Congo and Angola after he studied aerospace engineering. And it was about the same time that the movie Armageddon was coming out. So at least for him, he was doing this kind of obscure job. But finally, you know, he had this movie where he could help explain to people that there truly was a connection between his current job and his dream to be an astronaut one day.
Well, a guy from an oil rig going up into space, thank goodness he's not trying to steer a meteoroid away from hitting the Earth.
Hey, well, he will be prepared for whatever comes their way. Bruce Willis style right there.
Absolutely. And hey, Jessica, we got a question already teed up. Let's go ahead and take that from our social channels. At Savannah Brainery asks, are there any pre-launch rituals for crews?
Yeah, that's a great question. And tradition is something that we do like to uphold. We have several rituals. For example, this crew, when they leave the suit-up room, they will sign a mission patch, and all of the other crews, all the other Dragon crews have done that before them. When they leave the building, just before they get out and ride out to the launch pad and the Teslas, there are stickers that are on the outside of the crew quarters building there, and they'll sign those as well, one for each crew. There's a great story that one of the SpaceX employees told me that one time she came out for one of the launches, I think it may have been Crew 2, and it seems to happen for every launch where she saw a dragonfly land on the Dragon patch. So lots of those good luck signs along the way. The crew.
Indeed, the dragon. I've heard that. Like you see a dragonfly on launch day, that's supposed to be a good omen.
Yeah, absolutely. The crew will play a card game.
Yes.
We'll have a view of that so we can save that conversation for when we see that later, before they exit that suit room. And then in the white room, so the small room that's really at the end of that access arm before they get into the capsule, they'll sign that as well. So lots of different traditions along the way.
And I'm looking forward to that. You mentioned the card game. We're going to be showing that in a NASA broadcast for the first time that I know of. They've taken pictures of it, certainly. There's Konstantin relaxing. And by the way, those recliners, I understand it, are from the shuttle era. So they've got some miles on them.
Yeah, again, that history and tradition is always very important to us here at NASA. You can see Joe Akaba in the blue flight suit there. He is our current chief of the astronaut office. So he's down there talking to the crew right now.
He'll be the one playing the commander of Crew 7 in a game of cards. Jasmin Moghbeli, of course.
You can see they're holding on to those little packs to the right. That's giving them some airflow so that they'll still get some cooling in the suit. You know, once you get into that garment, it can get warm in there in that pressure suit. So they're carrying their little ventilation system to help them stay cool. Looks like they're going over there now toward that card game table.
It sure does. We have some fists on the table. Looks like they're ready to play.
Yeah, so Daryl, the tradition for this card game is that they will play until the commander loses. And the idea there is that they want Jasmin, the commander, to finally lose that card game and get all that bad luck out of the way before the mission. So here they are. I see Joe's shuffling the cards now.
Shuffling the deck up. So Joe Akaba on the left, as she mentioned, chief of the astronaut office. On the right, Jasmin Moghbeli, the commander of the Crew 7 mission.
So interestingly, some of the crews have actually changed what games they play over the last several crews. So I'm not even sure what game they're playing right now, but the key is to make sure that Jasmin loses.
And by losing, they all win.
Exactly. Get that bad luck out of the way now, and then, you know, this is just really gives us a nice moment of levity, a little bit of a laid-back atmosphere before they're really getting going and getting out to the launch pad. So like the social media question that came in, it's nice to have these traditions that are all part of the process that mean a little bit of something to us.
Okay, well, Jasmin cut the deck, and now Joe is dealing.
Very dramatically, I might add.
I think this might be a game that involves one card.
Oh, she lost already,
right
it looks
off
like to
the
me.
bat.
That's great. That is great news. High fives all around. Oh, they're back for more. Looks like these guys are ready to launch today. I love the smiles on their faces.
A lot of enthusiasm, like you said. It gives that, moment of levity. Space flight is serious business, so it's good when you can join around the table with your crew and those who are supporting you and share a moment like this.
Yeah, I can tell you the camaraderie in that room right now is really palpable. You know, that SpaceX team that they have been training with and working with for so long now, preparing them for the flight. All of the different managers like Joe, Norm Knight we saw there in the previous frame. Lots of people that are there for them, supporting them and really enabling this space flight. All the people down to the ones that provide us with all of the things that we're going to fly up there to the space station. So a really great feeling, and I can see those genuine smiles all around tonight.
And it looks like a member of the team received the official playing deck for Crew 7, which is a nice notion on their part.
Yeah, great memento to have.
So from here, folks, the astronauts will get some final photos. That number 34, I think, is that Sarah Gillis? It might be from SpaceX.
I think that was Haley Esparza.
Okay.
That just walked this way.
Yeah, that came towards camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
My correction.
Yep, she's she is really the liaison between all of astronaut operations and SpaceX. So a lot of us know Haley really well. She is always a central part of all of our training and prepping for flight. She's wonderful.
Number 34?
Yep, that's number 34. That's Haley.
Okay, very good.
Giving Andy some water.
Oh, yeah. I hear it is warm, right? So that you want to hydrate, but you don't want to hydrate too much.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a good balance. It's a full service operation down there, providing drinks along the way and everything. There's Satoshi's chatting with Anne McLean. And of course, this is all very, very choreographed for the timeline. They will exit that room at exactly that prescribed second and get down, do their signing, and get into the elevator.
Right, and they are not scheduled to depart the suit-up room until T-minus 3 hours and 24 minutes, so they have a fair amount of time in here.
So you mentioned Jasmine's children. You know, all of these crew members have kids, and last year, Satoshi even became a grandfather.
Oh, congratulations to him.
Yeah, pretty exciting. So I'm sure they have lots of family members watching right now and getting ready for this flight. There you can see all of the stickers that I mentioned coming out of the building.
Those are the ones you said that they sign?
Yeah, and their cars will be waiting out there. They'll have a receiving line.
Core on countdown. Lyo seals have been removed and installation is complete. We are on schedule.
So you mentioned folks watching from Japan. It's actually 1 o'clock in the afternoon there, so this is a great time to take in some launch coverage. Although for us, it's midnight.
Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. You know, for the Europeans and the Japanese, this is much kinder hours than it is for us. But hey, any time of the day or night is a good time to go to space.
Absolutely. Now we're looking down the hall from crew quarters, and you'll notice there's some art along the walls there. And former space shuttle astronaut, NASA astronaut Nicole Stott led a campaign to get some of these wonderful paintings, space-themed paintings put up on the walls. And it's really a nice touch, I would think, as you're walking down that hall before you get in the elevator and come out to to the Teslas.
Yeah, absolutely. Those were new as of a few years ago. I remember seeing them being installed, and it really is nice to add a little bit of current flair and something that represents a lot of different communities to this historic building. You know, staying in crew quarters, I'll never forget the first time that I stayed there. You know, as a new astronaut, when you get to stay in that building for the first time, where so many astronauts before you have stayed on their final week of that night, those nights leading up to the space flight, it really is an incredible feeling, and you kind of feel like you've made it. You know, okay, I'm really an astronaut now. Here I am in crew quarters.
Yeah. How about that? It's unspectacular in its decor, right? It is, you know, when I went through there and looked at it, very much they look like dorm rooms. But the history, I take it, and I take your point, knowing that so many big names and historic names in the past have gone through there, that's pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right, they aren't really updated or fancy by any means. They kind of look like they're still back in probably the 80s kind of thing, but it's kind of nice. It gives you that nostalgia, and I think we all take a lot of comfort there.
Well, we're looking at the back of the SpaceX, one of the SpaceX Teslas that will be going out to the pad, and apparently now we have the custom license plate. It's bye.
And so there'll be different license plates, different messages on all three of the cars. So we'll have to see what the other ones are. But I believe there's always a nod to the crews as well.
Yeah.
That was something I just found out for this launch. So I would expect to see a 7 somewhere.
And maybe
How
that's
many
on
E's
one
were
of the
there?
other cars.
Yeah, maybe there's.
Oh, you know.
I don't think there were 7, but maybe there's a combined. I don't know.
You might be onto something there.
We'll have to see.
We'll have to take another look at that license plate.
Yeah, remember for Crew 2, the 3 cars were reduce, reuse, and recycle. So I really like that message.
Yeah, that's good.
Positive
Yeah.
messaging. I think I saw Pam Melroy out there. She, of course, is the Associate Administrator for NASA, so the Deputy Administrator for NASA. So great to see her.
And a former space shuttle astronaut.
Yes, very accomplished space flyer.
You mentioned crew quarters. It's a facility that is 26,000 square feet. So it's a big space.
Yeah, we've got a full kitchen in there. They make us some delicious meals. You know, that's one of the things that happens with the crew on the lead up. I think we talked a little bit about their schedule the day of. You know, they have various meetings and a weather meeting and that kind of thing. But that day before, they also have what we call the ultimate meal. So you get to make a request of whatever it is that you want to eat for that meal the day before you launch. And I'm actually not sure. We should have found out what it was that they each requested. So each astronaut can actually request a different meal as well.
Yes, and I have a little thing about their food. What we do know is that Andy and Satoshi are bringing food from their home countries along with them, which is nice. Jasmin says she's bringing some Persian food that she's going to share with the crew once she gets up there. And
Yeah, like we talked about, those meal times are incredibly meaningful for us. So it's a great opportunity for everybody to come together. Like you just said, each of those countries, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of ethnic flair to each of those meals. We also share food with the Roscosmos cosmonauts. They have a different food supply as well, so we can kind of trade back and forth when you get a little bit tired or something. But we get that question all the time about the food in space, and I think people think that it's pretty terrible. But I can tell you it's actually really delicious.
Speaking of which, Jessica, we have a question about food.
All right.
So let's pop that up. That came in on social. Perfect timing. At Tina says, will the crew have dinner during their cruise to the space station?
Yeah, so the number of meals or snacks that they eat kind of depends on the duration of their phasing to get to the space station. So they have various food items with them, and they have certain ones that are more accessible than others, so they can kind of reach in and grab whatever it is that they have. I'm not certain exactly what they did pack, but I think they can make some requests as well. They don't have a food warmer on the Dragon vehicle, so it's usually something that doesn't really need to be reheated that still tastes okay.
And our social participant who asked that question, she is actually here participating in a NASA social at Kennedy Space Center, which is an event we do for launches, invite various influencers and social media account holders to come out and participate in activities in and around the Space Center, as well as take in a launch. So she was right there, you know, watching the coverage, presumably, I guess, on her phone when she asked that question.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to help share in the mission, help share the mission with everybody. And through social media, so many people are communicating that way today that it's great that we have all of these people that can help spread our NASA message and share in the excitement of this exploration.
Absolutely. So we're T-minus 3 hours and 26 minutes. You're watching NASA's coverage of the Crew 7 launch to the International Space Station. I had their patch on the other day. I think that's what it was.
Well, hey, Crew 6 is eagerly awaiting their arrival.
Indeed they are. And in about 7 days, we'll be coming back down to Earth. But today we're focused on Crew 7, getting up to the International Space Station. You're looking outside of astronaut crew quarters here at the Kennedy Space Center, where we are awaiting the walkout of the astronauts on their way to the International Space Station. Here are the doors to crew quarters that Jessica mentioned earlier, and you see the patches around the doors and up there around the meatball. They're scheduled to walk out at exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes. So we've got about 5 minutes until they walk out of there.
All right, 5 more minutes.
You were talking about, of course, a lot has been made about the multi-international crew here, which is impressive. This is the first time in a Crew Dragon has had one person from a separate country. But I did some research, got a hold of the historian at Johnson Space Center, and she was telling me that if you go back to the space shuttle program, there was actually a space shuttle launch that was more diverse for nationalities, and it was STS-84. The reason is that flight included C. Michael Foale, a British American, Elena Kondakova, a Russian, Jean-Francois Clairvoy, French, and the remainder of the crew were Americans. However, Carlos Noriega was born in Peru. So you've got 5 nationalities on STS-84.
Yeah, you know, that is a central element toward everything that we do. Of course, it is called the International Space Station, but it is something that is so important to all of us. You know, this great example of what can happen when people from different backgrounds, from different places, all work together.
And here they come, the astronauts walking down the hallway at astronaut crew quarters. 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut of Crew 7 waving as they go by into the elevator, headed down to the first floor. Behind them, Joe Akaba, I believe that's Norm Knight with the Flight Operations Directorate.
It is.
Core on countdown. Crew walkout and suit up room departure is in progress, on schedule.
It's impossible to not smile when you're watching them walk out with those smiles on their faces, isn't it? It's contagious. You know, we talk about that international element, and another fun fact for you. Did you know that Jasmin was actually stateless until the 2nd grade? She
Really?
became a U.S. citizen in the 2nd grade, and until then, she was considered stateless. But she celebrated that big moment by bringing brownies into her classroom.
Oh, she went back, right, to many of the schools that she had gone to when she was a kid and visited with those kids, and is taking up some mementos from that. I believe some class pictures from those kids. So I like that tie-in of how she is, you know, both a nod to her childhood and her background.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that many of us try to do, to really make that connection to all the people that you've known all along the way and have helped you get there.
You mentioned the traditions, Jessica. Let's take a look at one of them. Here's the crew signing that mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building there, putting it on the wall, and Jasmin putting her John Hancock on there, and Each crew member signing away.
Lots of autographs and signatures to be had when you're going to space and when you come back. Something that we all get used to. It takes some getting used to, though, in the beginning. I
Does
mean,
it?
it's not, I mean, I certainly was not used to people asking me for my autograph before. Getting closer to walkout.
Now just about 90 seconds away from them walking out of astronaut crew quarters. The Teslas are queued up. The security escort is ready.
Now, were they black Teslas last time? I know
They
for
were-
crew 2 they were white.
Right. They were black for crew 6, and then they were white for demo 2 through crew 5.
Okay.
They changed up the color. SpaceX said, just adding some vehicles to their fleet.
And I bet they've got their playlists all lined up as well.
They do indeed, and I'm glad you asked about that.
Yeah, another one of the traditions. You got to be listening to some loud jamming beats when you're headed out, and it's such
Why
a cool.
is that?
It's such a cool feeling. It really helps get you psyched up. I know I love music and certainly thrive off it. Since I was the astronaut support person for Crew 2, I did actually ride out in the Teslas with the crew, and it is such a cool feeling. You have lights and sirens kind of blaring with your escorts. You've got the music going loud. It was night just like this, and you're going out to this impressively lit launch pad. It really gets the excitement flowing and gets you pumped up.
I'm getting pumped up just listening to you because the picture you just painted, wow. I can only imagine.
Yeah, again, it's hard to not feel the excitement.
Well, we're just seconds away from them walking out the doors. You can see them behind the windows. And here they come. Crew 7 taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
Again, look at those genuine smiles. You really can't hide the excitement.
From left to right, we have Konstantin Borisov, Andreas Mogensen, Jasmin Moghbeli, and Satoshi Furukawa.
Here we go. You can see some of the NASA administrator there, Bill Nelson, Bob Cabana's there, the associate administrator. We mentioned Pam Melroy already. Everybody's there to cheer them on, send them on their way.
Let's listen in a little bit. We've got a microphone down there.
Да, начал волноваться. Нет, вообще нет. Вот сейчас вот стоял, чтобы вас видеть, расплакаться немножко, отвлекся, Сейчас подожди, мы еще.
Of course, the astronauts have been in quarantine for the past 2 weeks, so that's why they're standing a set distance away from their family and loved ones.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure that, of course, we don't carry any viruses or anything like that with us to the space station. So everybody has been in this strict kind of quarantine protocol leading up to the space flight, and they're continuing to keep their distance now.
Я почти выиграл, у меня был король.
You see Alex Gerst, German astronaut from the European Space Agency there, and Takuya Onishi, a Japanese astronaut. You can see those blue suits toward the front, helping out, escort the families and with the guests. Both are space veterans, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Red right here. Red right here. You see here.
A double kiss from Jasmine, probably to her 2 girls.
Yeah, and I heard Andy speaking Danish to his family.
Yeah, you speak, you're fluent, right, in Russian and Swedish, right?
I do, yes. I speak Swedish, pretty similar to Danish, so sometimes I can understand what Andy and his family are saying.
Did you catch anything?
I did. He said, "We see us, we'll see you." Yeah,
Oh,
I did catch what he said at the end there. But Andy's family actually lives just a street away from me, so I see them quite
how about
often.
that? Yeah. Well, that's nice.
Here they go. Doors are closing.
Well, this is a good time to talk about the playlist. Jasmine is going to be queuing up some Stevie Wonder, Whitney Houston, some hip hop. She's a big hip hop fan. And apparently so is Andreas. So that works well for the commander and the pilot, who will be in the '01 Tesla. Satoshi says he'll crank some 80s Japanese pop music. And I put that on my own music app just to hear a little bit. Unsurprisingly, a lot of synthesizer. Just like 80s in America. And then Konstantin says he's going to crank some System of a Down, Pink Floyd.
Look at that. I see Jaws twin girls. They're wearing little mini SpaceX suits.
Oh,
I have one of those for my daughter as well. They are adorable. They look exactly like the real thing.
No kidding.
You can see them just over at the window right now,
I see,
looking in at Mom, riding on Dad. Yeah, those playlists they have for the Teslas and perhaps, you know, we on the Soyuz, we create a playlist for inside the vehicles. We're in the vehicle for so long before things get busy in there that we have some music, and it's so nice to hear a couple of the favorite songs from each of your different crewmates, lots of different styles of music, and those songs that are really important to you.
We got a social question. If you have one, send it to us. Hashtag #AskNASA on YouTube, Twitch.
See those
X.
see those outfits with
I see
the
them.
hood and everything. Yeah,
Yep.
that hood for the helmet.
That
They're
is
really
too
great.
cute.
Got to dress like Mom. Be ready for game day.
Oh, absolutely. And I imagine that helps a lot with this moment. Of course, they're quite young. But, you know, with children of a certain age, understand that there's some risk involved, and astronauts have to have that conversation with older children.
Yeah, I'm sure it gives them something to identify with. You know, they're wearing the same outfit as Mom today and ready to cheer her along for her launch.
So in the first Tesla, we've got the closeout lead and 2 suit technicians. In the second, the commander and pilot. And the third, the mission specialist, 1 and 2. And bye, they go. Bye, bye.
I think you need a longer bye.
You nailed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
There they go. And so as the crew departs the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, this begins the 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. So let's learn more about the crew in their own words. This may be Jasmin Moghbeli's first space flight, but the Crew 7 commander's resume is more than...
Space in this international way is because it's a human thing to explore. Humans have always wanted to push the boundaries. We're curious beings. We want to know what is out there. My name is Jasmin Moghbeli. I'm the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Bad Nauheim, Germany. My parents left Iran during the revolution and then ended up in Long Island, and Baldwin, New York is where I grew up. I always loved team sports from a really young age because you rely on one another, and that's something that I think is really important to know going forward in your career. Becoming an astronaut has been a dream of mine since I was in elementary school. But you think about a lot of kids say they want to be an astronaut in elementary school, but it just never went away from me. I loved physics and learning about how the world works. I went on to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, studied aerospace engineering there, and then joined the Marine Corps after that. I wanted to fly jets, and wondering why would anyone want to fly helicopters when you can go fly jets? I thought you had to be a jet pilot to become an astronaut. And I wanted to still keep that door open. I actually went to watch STS-116 launch while I was waiting to start flight school. And Sunny Williams happened to be on that flight. And as I was reading the bios of the different crew members, I realized she was a Navy helicopter pilot. And from that point on, I went full steam ahead. NASA announced they were going to be selecting a new class of astronauts. It seems like such a long shot, but I figured I had just as much chance as anyone else. The hardest part of going through selection is the waiting between rounds to hear back. Each time my phone would ring with a Houston number, I'd have to kind of take a second to compose myself. They asked, would you like to come join the 22nd group of astronaut candidates? And I don't think I've ever had such a strong physiological reaction to something. Of course I said yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your newest astronaut, Jasmin Moghbeli.
I joke sometimes with the members of Crew 7 that we get along so well that we've never had a disagreement about anything. All four of us are so proud to represent what is possible when we come together. Ultimately, everything we do is to benefit the Earth.
And this is the second launch to space for the pilot of Crew 7, Andreas Mogensen. He previously flew on the ESA Iris mission in 2015. Here's more on the Copenhagen, Denmark native.
We explore the world not just physically, but also mentally by doing experiments that increase our knowledge of the world and the universe. And that comes from a need to understand the world that we're part of and a basic curiosity that I think all humans are born with. My name's Andreas Mogensen, and I'm the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I spent 3 years in Thailand, 2 years in Singapore, 5 years in California. When I moved to California as a kid, I started learning about NASA and the space shuttle program and of course the Apollo missions to the moon. And I was fascinated and hooked immediately. I knew that that was my dream, to become an astronaut. After too many years in one place, I can feel this itch and this need to travel again. And so I ended up working in the Congo and in Angola, where I worked on an offshore oil rig for a couple of years. Exploring space is not just about understanding the solar system and the universe and preparing the way for our return to the moon and our future missions to Mars, but it's also about understanding who we are and understanding our home world, the Earth. It's difficult to describe Crew 7 in a few words, I think, because we gel so well together. We seem to have very similar personalities, very easygoing, very laid back. It's almost as if we've known each other for years and years and years and have lots of experience flying in space together. I did have moments to myself during my 10-day mission in 2015 where I spent time in the cupola looking down at our beautiful Earth, but also out at the night sky. When you look out at the night sky from this space station, you see billions and billions of stars, and it's very, very impressive. And it also gives you a sense of how large the universe is, how infinitely large it is. And it very quickly puts things in perspective. You very quickly realize how small and almost insignificant the Earth is, and how small and insignificant we all are in relation to what's out there, simply because the universe is so large. And I think that is exciting, because when something is as large as the universe, it must also mean that there are so many exciting opportunities and exciting discoveries waiting for us in the future.
Impressive candidates, the pilot and commander. Now you see Crew 7 on the move, passing in front of one of the most iconic buildings we have here at the Kennedy Space Center. That's the Vehicle Assembly Building. And
Coming over here on site, it always just, you know where you are. Here I am at the Kennedy Space Center. There's going to be something good going on tonight.
absolutely. And this is the view the astronauts have as they pass by the Launch Control Center. And as they pass the VAB, we are, of course, reminded, Jessica, as you know all too well, this is the same path that Artemis II astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, they will take on their way to Pad 39B for Artemis II's return to the moon.
Yeah, it is incredibly exciting. And look right there. We have a beautiful view of the moon right now. That is gorgeous and such an inspiration.
Absolutely. And this is the same site that the astronauts will see here. It is a clear Florida night. Winds are calm. We are 95% go in terms of weather. Nothing on the radar that looks like it will interfere. And as you mentioned, here on the screen can see that moon from their view.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks to be about a little over a half moon, and it is fairly well illuminated.
Yeah.
It's pretty bright up there.
In a couple of weeks, I believe we're heading towards a blue moon, which only comes around every
Once in a blue
every
moon.
once in a while. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, it's not obscured by the atmosphere. You have a more direct view since you don't have that obscuration, and it is absolutely gorgeous. You feel like you're closer to it. You know?
How about that?
The moon is 250,000 miles away, and we're only about 250 miles up from the Earth. So you're really not much closer to the moon, relatively speaking, but you feel like you're closer because of that view, that pristine view without the atmosphere. And there it is on the screen.
That's the view we've been talking about, and thank you to our Kennedy production team for getting that shot. It is a beauty and a reminder of exactly the exciting mission in Artemis II that is right around the corner, end of next year. Certainly preparations are happening right here at the Kennedy Space Center for Artemis II. But we are focused tonight on Crew 7 and their launch, and they are only about 3 hours from lifting off from Pad 39A. Talking now about the mission specialists. He was inspired to be an astronaut when he saw the Apollo moon landing on TV as a child, and now this is his second space flight. We're talking about Satoshi Furukawa.
I think it's an instinct for human beings to broaden their boundaries and areas of activities. I think it's like the age of discovery. My name is Satoshi Furukawa. I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Yokohama, Kanagawa, which is right south of Tokyo. I was a very active kid. There were many mountain areas around the area I grew up, and so I love outdoor life. I played all day in the mountains from sunrise to sunset. The first human landing on the moon when I was 5 years old. I thought it was a great moment for humankind. I had a longing for space from my childhood. I wanted to be an engineer or an astronomer until my high school life. And when I was 17 years old, I had a chance to talk with my uncle, who is a medical doctor. And what impressed me was he told me that it is my happiest moment when a patient gets better and discharges. So I changed my future path and wanted to be a medical doctor because I would be able to positively affect people's life. February 1998, when I was working in a night shift in a hospital, TV newscaster mentioned that there would be new Japanese astronaut recruitment. Those selected would stay on board the International Space Station for 6 months and conduct many scientific research. I felt strongly, I'd like to do this job. My wife said, do your best. So I applied the audition. The moment I was selected as a Japanese astronaut candidate, you are hired, you are selected. It was the happiest moment in my life. Crew 7. We are international crew members living and conducting many scientific researches on the space station to benefit people over the world and also future space explorers. We are going to use the space station as a test bed for the future human exploration to the moon, Mars, and beyond. I am very proud of being a part of this excellent team of international partners and also researchers, engineers, flight controllers, flight directors, and so on. Because working as a team and working together, we can accomplish the big mission.
And here's a great shot, Jessica, rolling up to the rocket where you can see it right out your window.
Yeah, that's a great moment. They're arriving there on the pad, and once they get out of the cars and come around, they'll get that first unobscured view outside of the vehicles of their rocket. What a sight to behold, just kind of realizing that you are about to get up in that elevator and get on board, and then you will be literally leaving the planet.
There they are side by side, the rocket on the right and the launch tower on the left. And that's just, you know, a sight that a special few get to see. The hope is, with the continued progress of the Commercial Crew program and NASA's efforts to commercialize low Earth orbit, and hopefully more and more people will get to share that view. And in fact, the Axiom missions and many of these other private space flights has made that possible for more than just NASA astronauts.
Yeah, I would say we are at an incredibly exciting time. You know, there are more and more ways to get to space for more and more people, and no matter how you look at it, that is a good thing, I think, for all of human civilization. It's really exciting.
Core on countdown. The crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
At T-minus roughly 3 hours and counting, we got the confirmation that the crew is on the pad, and we want to talk now about our last mission specialist, cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. He has a master's in aircraft life support systems and is a freediving instructor.
It's a very natural thing for any human to explore. We want to see what's behind that hill, we want to see what's behind that sea, we want to see what's behind that planet. My name is Konstantin Borisov, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Smolensk, Russia, but when I was 1 year old, the whole family moved to Zhukovsky. It's a small city not far from Moscow. I was always attracted to water. Water is my comfort place. I found out that there is such a sport called freediving, in which we are switching our mammalian dive responses and we can actually do breath hold diving and stay there for long. I did a course and something clicked. It was like the day which changed your life to before and after. I realized that there are so many things we don't know about ourselves. People think that they cannot hold their breath for longer than 30 seconds. But when I did my first freediving course, I showed myself I can do over 2 minutes. And that's crazy because you understand that your brain tells you have limits, but when those limits are off, your brain is like, wow, maybe there are more things. So it expands the way you see yourself and the way you see the world and the way you see how free you are. It was actually part of my preparation process to become a cosmonaut. But the preparation process, I enjoyed it. It's a lot of travel, it's a lot of new knowledge, and there is a big adventure waiting for you, and I'm very excited about that. For those who ask what a spaceflight is, I would say that we have 3 big jobs on the space station. First job is experiments. Second job is take care of the station, doing the maintenance, repair what's broken, storing things, restoring things, cleaning up. And the third big topic is actually taking care of your body, because in weightlessness you cannot help but train. I think many people don't understand that technology advancement which we have had during the last 50 years mainly comes from space exploration. People get very comfortable with using their phone and have very fast computers, and space motivates us to create those advancements. I want to take part in it, and I want to put my small stone into this pavement which leads us to the new asteroids, to the new planets, and to the new systems.
just joined us, we are T-minus 2 hours and 56 minutes until liftoff of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7, a journey to the International Space Station for our 7th rotational flight. 4 new crew members coming aboard, and then about a week afterwards, Crew 6 and their 4 crew members will come back. You're looking at the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. You see the Dragon at the very top. And in just a little bit, we'll see the astronauts walk across that crew access arm and into the Dragon.
You know, we complain about these night launches from our point of view and being up all night, but there is something special about them, isn't it? It's really spectacular with all the lights.
It is. It is special, and especially when the rocket goes off and just lights up the sky, turns night into like dawn. I always enjoy that.
Yeah, I think they are. The night launches are more impressive. Just the contrast in the sky, you know.
Absolutely, and you can see how still the winds were from that previous shot. The flags are not moving at all. Of course, we know it because the bugs are buzzing all around. Here we go with our commander and pilot, Jasmin and Andreas, making their way out for a view of the rocket.
And there it is, that traditional lean back. You got to try to take it all in, and it's a tall rocket.
And they've got as I understand it, a very rigid back to the spacesuit, which prevents them from actually turning their heads up. So you've got to turn your entire upper torso in order to see
and
it, right?
that with the helmet being integrated onto the suit, it adds that stiffness as well. You know, I remember these moments getting ready for my launch, and it's interesting because people ask all the time, you know, how do you feel? Are you scared? But the thing is, we are so well trained. We've gone through all of these motions so many times that even for me, when I was well into sitting in the vehicle, looking at my displays, monitoring things, hitting buttons, you know, you're going through all of these training protocols, and it just feels like another simulation. I actually had to remind myself that this one was going to be real, that it was going to end a little bit differently. And then, of course, you hear a little bit of a fuel in the system, or you feel the rocket moving a little bit. Those things bring you back to reality and remind you that this one will have a different outcome. But, you know, it's not the astronauts that have any apprehension or are scared thinking about what's going to happen, because they're going through all of those motions that they've been so trained to do. It's really more for the families and friends that are on the ground. They're less familiar with everything. They don't have a full understanding of it. And of course, their loved one is sitting on the top of the rocket there. So, you know, it's interesting. People think that it's us that are worried about something on launch day, but it's really not. We're very well trained. We have trust in our hardware, in our systems, and all of the people on the ground watching everything so closely. And, you know, I know for me, I was just nothing other than 100% excited that my childhood dream was finally going to come true.
100%.
Here they come.
And I believe Anne McLean was in this group.
Yeah, there she is by the phone. There's a telephone there on the corner, and that's one of the roles of the astronaut support person, since it's a little bit difficult to dial things on a telephone when you're in a spacesuit.
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah, she actually has phone numbers of whomever the astronaut or cosmonaut is going to call, their spouse, family members, whomever, and they will have an opportunity to speak with them before they board the rocket.
You see the chevrons, of course. Those lead to the slide wire baskets in the case of a launch pad emergency egress. If it were cloudy or smoke-filled, those white chevrons would lead the way. So they go opposite of the chevrons to go up, but they point on the way out to the slide wire baskets. And also note that you see the graded floor. In the case of emergency egress, there would be a lot of water coming down. The sprinkler systems would activate and be just a deluge of water, and that water needs to drain off. So to keep the floor from being slippery, all that water drains off through the grate.
Another aspect of our training, we are so well trained on all those procedures that, you know we would be able to execute those procedures and get everyone to safety in the event that they had to. You can see, looks like Andy hooked up to a little bit more cooling there again. It is a warm night here tonight, especially if you're wearing one of those suits.
80 degrees out here in the east central coast of Florida, right here on the Cape. Now, you were in this role that Anne McLean is currently doing. Now, did you have to learn, like, dial 8 to get out, and then 9, and then the country code?
Oh, yeah. I made sure that I had exactly the right series of numbers to press, because I really didn't want to mess up that call for them.
Yeah. Is it, I mean, you must hear the phone call, right? You're standing right there.
No, I mean, they will be talking. It's a little bit difficult for them because they have the helmet in and they're trying to get the phone handle in there. It's not a small cell phone. This is an old school real landline, kind of like a payphone. Looks like if you remember those, Daryl.
Oh,
I mean, we remember those, but some people watching might not remember those.
I do remember.
Oh, look, he's waving. He's waving on the cameras as well. I'm sure he's waving to his wife and 3 children.
This is the first time for an ESA astronaut to be in the pilot position in a Dragon. So Andreas making a little bit of history here on tonight's flight. Jasmin taking a look over the rail. That must be a sight out there.
It is. It's beautiful. So as the astronaut support person, once they finish with the phone calls and they get everybody in the vehicles, you're kind of just standing there, so you have a great view.
All right, there are 2 mission specialists, Konstantin Borisov and Satoshi Furukawa.
Taking it in.
They're getting a lot of looks.
Yeah.
Big wave, thumbs up. It's interesting about that elevator when they go in. If they were to ask you, which floor would you like? There's actually a button that says space.
Yeah.
They changed the 255-foot level to space. Which floor? Space, please. Oh, yeah, right away. Let me punch that up for you.
Always the best button that you want to press. But only the 4 of them will be making that final step to space. Everybody else has to come back down the elevator.
That's right. And there's Jasmin Moghbeli, the commander, and Andreas Mogensen, our pilot, making their way across the crew access arm into the White Room, where they'll get into the spacecraft. But first,
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the White Room and are preparing for ingress. We are on schedule.
Yeah, that other tradition that we talked about. There's the last signature that they'll have to dole out before they get all strapped in. It's interesting when we talk about all these training protocols that we have and the amount of time that we spend training, particularly for contingency scenarios. That's where we really want to make sure that our skills are sharp and we are ready for that. In the event of any kind of emergency, we're ready to execute and get the job done. And most of our training for our ISS missions ends up being for launches and landing. And if you think about that, we're talking now about a 6-month mission on the space station, and that ride to space is only a few minutes and number of hours before they get to space station, and coming down is usually even quicker depending on the profile. So it's really only a minuscule fraction of our entire mission, but because it is such a dynamic phase of getting to space and coming back, that's where a lot of our training is really focused.
And as it should be, as you mentioned, the most dynamic part. There's a lot of energy that is required to get into space.
Core on countdown. Crew ingress has started.
And you got to get rid of a lot of energy when you come back. There go our pilot and commander carefully getting in. They don't want to mess up that seal, so you'll see him take a lot of time to crawl over that entryway, the side hatch.
Cool view going down that access arm, isn't it?
It sure is.
Again, I think that night sky helps with the dramatic scene we're creating here tonight.
For sure, as we wait our 2 mission specialists to wrap up their phone calls, and then they'll be coming right down that crew access arm. We've been doing this for 3.5 years now, but that crew access arm still looks futuristic.
I'm sure quite a contrast too for the previous space flyers. You know, this is a whole new vehicle for them. So for both Andy and Satoshi, comparing the rides that they had before their first ride on the Dragon. Every vehicle is a little bit different in terms of the launch profile, the G's that you experience, how it feels going up and coming down as well.
Andy talked a little bit about that in a press conference, comparing Soyuz with Dragon. And you, of course, flew Soyuz up to the International Space Station. And I thought it was interesting. He mentioned that his flight time to space was something on the order of 56 hours, which is almost double what the Dragon takes to get there. A lot of that is orbital mechanics, obviously where you're launching from on the Earth to get up to the ISS. But you had a long ride up.
Well, it depends on the profile that you fly. So a lot of times it is about a 48 hours, a 2-day profile. That was more common in the past. Now, actually, it's more common to do either a 4-orbit or a 2-orbit profile, which means it's only about 6 hours. That's what I had, 6 hours to get to space, so much faster. Oh, wow. And that is more common now. And now we even have the 2-orbit. So Laurel O'Hara, her Soyuz will be flying the 2-orbit rendezvous. So that is only about 3 hours, and that happens very quickly. That was being tested about, when I was up there, it was still being tested only on Progress vehicles. Now we're doing it with crew vehicles too. So that's the way to travel. Two orbits, 3 hours to get to space. Not bad. Can't complain about that.
Not bad at all. I did not know that. That's interesting.
You know, one of the big differences for them, you can see the windows in the vehicle right there on the sides of the vehicle. For the Soyuz, though, everything, we also have windows on the sides. I was in the left seat, so I had a window right next to me to my left. But during launch, those are covered by a fairing. So you can't actually see anything when you're taking off here on the launch pad. From what I hear from other Dragon flyers, the view is spectacular of the launch pad area when they're lifting off. So those windows really, really come in handy. You know, Thomas Pesquet tells me those windows are also really useful for viewing the northern and southern lights, the aurora from space station. When the Dragon is docked, the orientation that you have looking out those windows, you can spot those aurora and see them coming from hundreds of miles away and get your cameras ready. And that's opposed to when you're just looking out of the cupola, sometimes you don't see them till they're already there, and then you're frantically getting your camera ready and trying to capture it, and sometimes it's too late. So those Dragon windows can give you a little bit of a heads up to get configured for the aurora.
How about that? I mean, it's on my bucket list just to see an aurora from Earth. I just imagine what it'd be like in space.
Well, you know, Daryl, people make fun of me for saying this, but it's still true. I've only seen them from space.
How about that?
You know, maybe that sounds a little bit annoying. I would love to see them from Earth as well, but it's nice to still say for now, I've only seen them from space. I was in northern Sweden last year hoping to get a view, but we didn't.
Yeah, it's got to be just right in order for that to happen. You got to have some, as I understand it, some solar particles coming your way, right?
Yeah, you have to have the right things happening out there in the solar system, but also have to have good weather here on Earth so that your view isn't obscured by clouds or.
And here come our mission specialists. On the left, Konstantin Borisov, and on the right, Satoshi Furukawa.
They're even dancing their way down the hallway.
Oh, they're loving it.
Oh, another tradition. A lot of times our astronauts and Konstantin here, you can see taking the name tags of some of their ground support personnel, and they'll be flying those to space with them.
That's got to be really special for those technicians.
Absolutely. I mean, they're playing such a critical role, you know, especially those connections you have with those people in those moments leading up to your launch. Really has an incredibly strong bond you have with those people. Any good astronaut or cosmonaut always has a Sharpie with them. I don't think there's a Sharpie pocket on this suit, but the technicians are handing them Sharpies to get this job done.
Yes, in fact, it's on the to-do list. Make sure that the Sharpie is in the white room. And you saw briefly Satoshi holding his arm up, and those zippers. They have zippers on each arm, zippers on the leg. Those got to be zipped up, nice and secure, so that that pressure suit functions exactly as needed.
Yeah, there's actually 2 layers of zippers. That was probably just the external one, so there's a redundancy there. The main pressure is held by the lower set, the more internal set of zippers. Another critical component of the way we do
Core on
things at NASA.
countdown. Seat 1 and Seat 4 are beginning their ingress into Dragon. We are on schedule.
You know, safety always comes first. We always have a lot of built-in redundancy to each system, including the spacesuits, to make sure that we can keep everyone on board safe. Another big difference that I'm sure Andy and Satoshi are feeling right now is the difference of the seats between Dragon and the Soyuz spacecraft. You know, you have a much more natural kind of sitting position in Dragon, a lot roomier for you to stretch your legs a little bit. You know, their heels will actually be kind of clipped in, not clipped, but there's a little runner there that you slide your heel in. It's a little notch in the boot. You slide that onto the boot plate to help secure your feet for the launch and landing process. But while they're sitting there on the launch pad, they can take a foot out if they want, stretch a little bit, and move around.
Kind of like a ski boot and a ski, or a, you know, cycling shoes that have those.
Yeah, kind of like that cycling shoe, but a little bit of a different mechanism. It's just kind of a front to back slide. You can see Andy looking up at the displays there. Looks like he's configuring something or checking something on the monitors. And Satoshi and Konstantin getting strapped in. They have their little satchels, that's what they call them, on their knee there. They have a tablet, so they have procedures on the tablet. If they have a few small items that they might need during the ascent, they can have them in that little satchel as well.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX's mission known as Crew 7. Good morning to you. It's 12:48 Eastern Time here in Florida. And we're showing you live coverage here at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, giving us some great insight tonight. If you'd like to ask a question of Jessica, just jump on our social media channels, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Put in the hashtag #AskNASA that you can see at the bottom of your screen, and we'll get that question on the air.
Here's some helicopters in the distance, maybe clearing the range, checking up on things, making sure that everything is good in the surrounding area. The Ninja in there making those final configuration checks, making sure the crew is strapped in correctly to be safe and comfortable.
Another one of the key components on making their way into the Dragon is being aware of FOD, right? Foreign object debris. That's a big deal in space flight. They wear special pads on the bottom of their boots that come off once they go in. And then, of course, those technicians want to be aware of anything that falls off the astronauts and make sure that they collect it. You certainly don't want something floating around in inside the Dragon when you're launching.
Yeah, and it's true. Everything floats. I remember that when we made it to space, and you never forget that moment when you first experience weightlessness, but everything experiences weightlessness. So any little particles that were down on the ground that you don't even see, you don't even notice because they're on the floor, everything kind of starts lifting up and coming up. So you really want to avoid having anything else in there that can float up and get lodged somewhere in the hardware or get in your eyes or something like that. But stuff you never really think about, here on Earth. Those are the little things that make living and working in space more difficult, but a lot more fun as well.
Do you remember anything in particular that floated up that you weren't expecting?
No, not really that I wasn't expecting, but that moment, I didn't know about the little particles or dirt pieces on the floor or stuff like that. I hadn't really thought about seeing those things lift up. But I had my tablet strapped to my leg, and I also had a little stylus that was on a lanyard strapped to that. Your pencil or stylus is floating there in front of you, and you never forget those initial moments of weightlessness. Pretty dramatic when you have that last engine cut off and suddenly you're in weightlessness and it's prolonged. Almost everybody has been on a parabolic flight at least before their mission. So you've had some periods of weightlessness, but those are usually only about 30-35 seconds. So you don't have that prolonged feeling. It's totally different. I felt like a bat hanging upside down and because the blood is all rushing to your head.
Yeah.
Because, of course, gravity is not pulling it down to your feet like it's doing for us sitting down here on Earth. Like you're hanging off the monkey bars, that kind of feeling of all the blood rushing to your head, and then it just doesn't go away. You kind of get used to it, and your body adapts a bit and becomes accustomed to the feelings, and you have a little bit of a redistribution of your body fluids, so things change over time. But, yeah, I just felt like I was hanging upside down, and here you are.
You notice that. I've noticed that when I'm watching interviews on the International Space Station, some astronauts will look fuller in the face, and that's got to be exactly what you're talking now. Their blood pressure and all the pressure of the fluids internally are now going to distribute differently in space, right?
Yeah,
you actually look different.
Yeah, the pressure kind of remains the same, but you have a redistribution of where the fluids are. So
okay.
Yeah, exactly. You have this upward shift because we're not pulling things down with gravity. So yeah, some people have a much fuller face.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. It gets rid of those under eye bags and wrinkles. Very flattering, microgravity.
Okay. I remember what you did on International Women's Day. You wore a dress.
I did. Pretty sure that was the first dress in space.
I think it was. And that clip really stands out online.
Well, I think it's important, to represent everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so nice about the makeup of our office and of the partner agencies now is that you do have so much diversity in the office. Astronauts don't just look like one thing anymore. They don't come from one mold. We have people in our office that are, still the traditional military test pilots like the first astronauts, but we have scientists of all types. We have medical doctors. We have engineers. We have men, we have women, we have people from all different ethnicities and backgrounds, and that makes it just a much more interesting place to work. There are so many studies on the ground, right, that show that we have more successful, more productive teams when we have that kind of diversity and actually much more job satisfaction as well.
Mm. I believe we have a social question as the astronauts are getting comfortable in their seats, got their harnesses on. Coming up in a little bit, we'll be articulating their seats up to launch position. And here's our question from Savannah again, who is here taking everything in with the NASA social group. How is it decided, Jessica, who gets to go up on each designated mission?
Well, it's certainly not decided by us, I can tell you that. And we have a chief astronaut for each space agency, and for us that's Joe Acaba. We talked about him. We saw him in the suit room, and basically that chief gets to decide who is the right person to fly for each mission, and we get approval from people above him, his bosses as well. But he's really responsible for forming those crews and getting everybody assigned on their missions and making sure that he has a nice crew complement.
And there's certain skill sets. All astronauts, as you mentioned, are not the same, but then there are skill sets that once combined with a crew
Dragon, ready for comm check.
are complementary.
Copy, Dragon. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
Yeah, absolutely. Now for the space station, we all have the same training. So everybody is trained on everything from science to spacewalks to flying the arm.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Loud and clear, help me.
Core, loud and clear.
Has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
This one has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
So I have you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, woke up.
So we just got good comm checks with each of the crew members aboard Crew 7. Going from left to right, we have Konstantin Borisov,
SpaceX Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Andreas Mogensen,
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
Okay.
Jasmin Moghbeli, and Satoshi Furukawa.
And Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
So there they go. With a big wave as they rotate the seats upwards so they can be better configured for launch, of course, and also they'll be able to see their display panels directly in front of them.
Yeah, the main reason why we want to launch and land in that position is for the G forces, the gravitational forces that we experience. Get up to 3 or 4 Gs on launch and landing, on a nominal launch and landing. And when you take those G forces through your chest, so when you're on your back, those forces are coming straight down, so they're hitting through your chest. That's much easier to deal with than if you were sitting straight up, then they were hitting your head. That would really drive the blood out of your head, and that's why, if you're flying a jet, that kind of
Dragon
thing.
SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. You are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
SpaceX Dragon copies, proceeding to Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
So yeah, if you're a pilot and you have those G-forces that you're experiencing while sitting up, the blood can drain from your head, and that's why you can get dizzy or lose consciousness, and you have a G-suit on, or maybe you do different maneuvers to help counter that. So it's much easier on the human body to take those G-forces through your chest. And we train in centrifuges as well so that we become accustomed to what those G-forces are, how they feel, and make sure that you can still feel comfortable, function with what you have to do. For me, for the Soyuz training, we did a lot of that in Star City with the centrifuge. We went up to 8 Gs. And we also did some landing profiles under the G, so you're in the centrifuge and you're controlling where your descent is to make sure, to see what that would really feel like for the real day. And actually, I was pretty surprised. Taking those Gs, as we said, through the chest is a lot easier to deal with.
8 Gs is a lot, though.
8 Gs is a lot, and that's a lot more than you would experience on a normal launch and landing, but that would be for the Soyuz for a ballistic entry. If you had something a little bit off nominal with your re-entry and you went into that different type of profile, you could experience around 8 G. So that's why we train for that. The SpaceX crews do centrifuge training as well here in the U.S. And I'm not sure what the maximum of that profile is. They probably fly similar. I think they actually fly the real Dragon profile for launch and landing, which would be up to around 4 Gs.
We're getting great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff of Crew 7. Now just T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes and counting. But hey, you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience, folks. Take a look now as our Crew 5 astronauts explain how you can get your virtual guest passport and be part of the excitement.
Did you know there's been over 1 million registrations in NASA's virtual guest program since May 2020? From your neighbor to the Crew 5 astronauts, you might be surprised who is a NASA virtual guest.
Do you have Mars 2020? I do. Do you have James Webb? Sure do. Do you have Crew 5?
Well, I've got it here, and you guys have it here, but I missed it here.
We conducted over 200 science experiments and technology demonstrations on our mission. We love being part of Expedition 68. We even remembered a virtual guest passport for Einstein, our freefall indicator, but we forgot to register and missed the stamp.
Even if you're doing existing research, never miss a stamp from NASA's virtual guest program. Whether you're en route to the International Space Station or located anywhere around the globe, register at nasa.gov/virtual guests to receive updates on missions and milestones. As a virtual guest, you will receive curated resources and a stamp for your passport following a successful launch.
Remember, you only get the updates and stamp if you register.
I joined. I won't miss it next time.
If you missed the QR code, you can jot this website down. Just register on nasa.gov/virtual guest. It's all one word. You can see it on your screen along with the QR code.
Be our guest. We want to have everybody here with us along with our mission. It's incredibly important to us. This isn't our mission, not as the astronauts or cosmonaut on board. This is everybody's mission. All of our agencies, all of our countries, really the entire planet and all of humankind. And we really do take that seriously. It's a lot of responsibility, but we want to be able to share it with everybody. It's an important part of the job. Good view of their boots there. It's the second iteration of the boots, I believe, or maybe even third. The early Demo 2 and earlier missions had a different style boot.
Yes, Andreas Mogensen's knees and boots are prominent in this particular shot. And once they test again, the pressure suits, we'll see those inflate and the crew members will kind of get a little bit of a zombie look to them. Arms will come up a little bit because, yeah, when your suit's pressurized, it's going to make you look a little inflated.
Yeah, and working against that pressure, it's kind of like squeezing an exercise ball. All of your motions are a little bit more difficult to accomplish in that pressurized state. But of course, that pressurized state is really only there to protect us. If for some reason we had a depressurization in the capsule, At any time during the space flight, those suits would inflate and they would protect us, still provide us with the air that we need to breathe and protect all of the systems of our body. So that's why we wear them. Nominally, during the mission, you would never have it inflated at all, just during these pressure checks to make sure that it works.
You would never wear this suit outside of the Dragon. This is just in case, something breaks the hull or somehow you lose your atmosphere inside the Dragon.
Right, absolutely, that's correct. So the spacesuit that we wear to do spacewalks on the space station, the extravehicular mobility unit, or the EMU, much different than these suits.
Dragon, we copy and concur 4 good suit leak checks. Closeout team will be performing its final closeout steps. You are go to proceed to Section 4 and report when ready to close the side hatch.
Dragon, Liftoff proceeding with Section 4 side hatch closure.
Good news, 4 good checks. You can hear Jasmin speaking to the ground and getting ready for those next steps.
And the SpaceX team and Crew 7 is right on schedule. We got a split view now. On the left, you're looking inside the Dragon spacecraft, Crew 7, and on the outside, technicians working to inspect the seal, both on the inside of Dragon and on the outside, before they close that side hatch.
Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, really important.
Copy, Dragon. Crew is ready for side hatch closure. At this time, we are also going to proceed into our pre-launch comm checks.
Want to make sure nothing is along that hatch seal. Even a hair, something as small as a hair, can disrupt the seal. Another reason why those ninjas are all really covered up, so that they don't, have anything fall in when they're going in and out of the hatch.
In fact, we did have a hair breach the seal and had to reopen it up on a previous mission and get it cleaned out.
Exactly. Another reason why we do these checks, to make sure everything is in the proper configuration before we go.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC, on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. And Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Let's go fly.
Let's do it.
And Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copies.
So we just had the communication checks across the ground stations and the TDRS satellite network. You need a lot of ways to be able to communicate with a spacecraft when it's accelerating at a high rate of speed going up to space, and then of course once it's in orbit. You're watching live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA's Daryl Nail joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff. Crew 7 got up early this morning, T-minus 7 hours. Had their medical checks, their pre-launch meal. Got suited up at roughly around T-minus 4 hours. Drove out to the pad. Arrived at the pad at right around T-minus 3 hours and change. And since then, they've gone up the launch tower and into the Dragon, where they are strapped in, secured, had their suit leak checks, individual comm checks, and spacecraft communication checks. And now we are awaiting the closure of the side hatch. And we've got a range of time in which this can happen.
Yeah, we're looking pretty smooth so far. Those good leak checks, good comm checks. Crew is all situated and ready. I think those feelings of anticipation are building up now as they start thinking about what's going to happen in 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
It will be exciting, and we will have all the best views. It certainly will be exciting, and we'll have all the best views as they go into space. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of SpaceX and NASA's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We have beautiful weather for launch. We are 95% go. It doesn't get any better than that, Jessica.
Wow, I don't think I've heard a number that high for a while. Yeah, sounds great.
The 45th Space Wing started going to increments of 5 percentage points. They used to do just 10, but then they changed it to 5. Now the best you can get, it used to be 90%. Now it's 95%.
All right.
Can't ever get 100 though. It just has to be, 95.
Well, we've got a lot of overachievers on board. That's probably difficult for a lot of people in our office not to get that 100%. It is Florida, though. It's always unpredictable around here with winds, with thunderstorms, clouds. Luckily, we don't see any of that tonight. Or this morning, I guess I should say.
This morning, indeed. 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time right now here on the East Coast of the United States. If you're watching over in Europe or Japan, well, it's closer to the afternoon, especially over in Japan. Of course, we have JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. That nation, a strong participant.
"7:16 a.m. in Copenhagen," so Andy's fans are probably waking up. What a great way to start their day over there in Denmark. Great start to a weekend on a Saturday morning.
Absolutely. Wake up, have a cup of coffee, and watch your countrymen go to space. And once Andy, speaking of Andy, once he arrives at Space Station, he'll be able to take over as commander of the International Space Station. That's quite a responsibility.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's a nice experience to be able to have some different representation in those roles. You know, he's not the commander of this vehicle, but he'll be the commander on board the ISS, and each of those carries a lot of different responsibilities. And so our next step will be closing that side hatch. Is that right? Waiting for that move?
Yeah, that's right. We expected that at T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes, but they have a window of time in which they can close that side hatch. And then they'll pressure test it, do the leak check on the side hatch. There's a lot of margin built in to the timeline. So that in case they have something come up, they have time to work it. We've seen that happen on a few missions prior.
Getting some more thumbs up from the crew. More waves.
And Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking its final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies. All items are secure.
Just like we mentioned, want to make sure that things aren't going to be floating away from them in the launch environment. Straps and Velcro are your best friend when you're in space.
I've always likened that call to the stow your tray table and put your seat upright, you know.
No in-flight service for them, but Like that question that was asked earlier, there will be water and snacks.
And as we await side hatch closure, if you've got a question for our own Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, just punch up #AskNASA on the social sites, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Jessica's doing a great job answering those questions and sharing her experience when she went to space. Here's a question at Spacecraft 2-7. What is the main purpose of Cruise 7's mission to the space station?
The main purpose of Crew 7's mission is to support the International Space Station in all of its science and operations during their stay there. So what does that mean? You know, now that we are at assembly complete for the space station, which we reached back many years ago, 2011, I believe it was, assembly complete, we have much more time for doing what we call utilization. So any type of scientific experiment or something that is flying as a hardware demonstration, those are our most important objectives. That's science that we are getting done. Of course, you have to do maintenance as well. You need to fix the toilet, change the light bulbs. We don't have those plumbers or electricians coming up to help us out, so we have to be able to do all the work ourselves. We do spacewalks. We have to do certain repairs outside the space station. All of those things are part of a nominal mission. Visiting vehicles will be coming to the space station with all of the cargo on board. We'll have to fly the robotic arm, capture those, and unload them. And we could talk a little bit about the science as well. You know, there are some interesting experiments that are on board with this crew. One of them is the crew themselves. We have a big physiology study called CIPHER. I think we're going to hear more about that later in the broadcast from some of the scientists involved, but that's a comprehensive physiological suite. It's about 14 different studies that are really targeted at comparing and contrasting different mission durations. So, you know, we have had short shuttle missions in the past. We have typically 6-month missions on the space station, and we have a few that were more around the year mark. We want to see if there are differences in different lengths so that we can try to forecast ahead toward our really long duration mission, which will be to Mars. You know, that mission right now with current methods
And
of
Dragon
technology will
SpaceX,
be about 3 years.
we are commencing a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
SpaceX Dragon copy.
So when you go to Mars, it takes about 6 to 9 months to get there, 6 to 9 months to get back. You want to spend a good amount of time there on the surface as well to make it worthwhile. So that's why we call it about a 3-year mission. And we want to understand the physiology involved in that kind of length of a mission. So that's really what this CIPHER study is designed to get at. Try to understand the differences between these short and longer. You know, what happens between 6 months and a year? Is there just a plateau that is reached? Do things stop changing? Or do we have a linear increase in certain parameters or that kind of thing? We want to understand more about those experiments. There's a sleep in orbit experiment that sounds pretty interesting. I think Andy will be a subject for that one. I'm not sure, maybe someone else as well. That uses an earbud EEG, an electroencephalogram, to measure brain waves, look at brain activity during sleep. So pretty cool EEG on board. You know, I speculated that it would be so cool to have an EEG on board crew members to see what's happening to the brain when you first go up in microgravity for the first time, because you are navigating in this 3-dimensional environment for the first time. You know, sitting here, of course we're in 3D, but we're not really using things above our head, in the ceiling, on a ceiling, and that kind of thing. On the space station, we use all of the planes. We use the floor, the ceiling, all of the walls, all equally. And so you're navigating in this different way, and these different pathways are really forming in your brain in order to accommodate for that. It was a really interesting feeling I felt during the first few weeks I was in space, where I felt like my brain would actually do these flip-flops. If I went from the floor up to the ceiling and I was working there, you know, here on Earth, when we think about how we navigate and move around, it's all in relation to down, because we have this gravitational vector pointing down toward the Earth. When you don't have that in space, you know, suddenly there's no right or left. And if I'm up on the ceiling working, my brain would kind of reinterpret that as being the floor or the deck, as we call it on the space station. So then when I, lifted my head up, I didn't know which way to turn because, I was on the ceiling, but my body felt like it was on the floor. And that takes a couple of weeks for your body to get used to. And I think these new neural pathways are forming. And such an interesting thing for me as a physiologist because I felt like I could really feel that happening.
And Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Jaws, we'll keep this one short. At this time, the Dragon team and F9 teams are not tracking any issues, and you couldn't ask for better weather. How copy?
Dragon copies. Good to hear.
So you feel that up in space. You feel the difference of how your brain has this remarkable plasticity. Your brain can adapt in this new way. And after a couple weeks, I didn't feel that anymore.
You're saying you actually felt?
Yeah, you could sort of feel this flip-flop. It's a strange thing to kind of describe, but you could sense it almost. And then a few weeks later, that feeling was gone, and I was, more effortless in terms of navigating around the space station. You become really graceful in your movements. Just the tip of a finger can push you off toward one direction. So it's really interesting to see how the brain and the body are so moldable and adaptable and ready to just, take on whatever new environment it comes across.
Wow. And that Cypher study that you mentioned, that in dual components there, right? Not only physical, but also psychological.
Yes.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of those factors are involved in that study. So should be pretty comprehensive and give us a lot of data that will be really critical toward those future missions.
We'll learn more about that study coming up in our show inside of T-minus 1 hour. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we are 2 hours out. You're watching coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're looking down at the Dragon and the Falcon 9 rocket out at pad 39A. It's been a smooth countdown so far. Countdown proceeding nominally. Onboard Dragon spacecraft endurance. We've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. We saw the astronaut seats. They were also rotated into flight position. We got the suit leak checks successfully completed. The closeout lead verified the cabin environments were good. We got the side hatch closed. And then after all that, the SpaceX closeout team will perform the final leak check on the hatch. Closeout team will actually depart the pad at T-minus 1 hour. And you are the ASP, the astronaut support person for Crew 2. You're still there, right? Yeah. Is the ASP still there, or have they departed?
You leave with the closeout team.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody remains on the pad for the launch. That would be bad.
Well, absolutely. I was wondering if they had already left, but
no.
it's at
right
all
now
leave
they're
together.
still there. Yeah, that's right. So Anne is still there, probably hanging out somewhere around that phone area, and then she will leave with the closeout team.
Anne McLean, she's talking about, spaceflight veteran, NASA astronaut. And there she is.
There she is, yeah.
So those technicians, they stand by at that location. They are just on the other side of the crew access arm in the launch tower. And then you have a designated SpaceX team that is inside that white room. And as they continue to check that side hatch, been getting some great stuff from Jessica. Just fascinating to listen to you talk about all the aspects of space flight and the experiments that are going on and what it was like for you. We certainly know that space flight is not child's play, but did you know that every Dragon astronaut crew brings a stuffed toy with them? Its purpose? Well, when the toy starts floating, the crew then knows that they have reached 0G. That's the confirmation. And there's been a few of these over the years. Of course, as we've done our missions, that toy is called a 0G indicator, and there's been 8 on Dragon so far. Starting with this little guy, Plush Earth, floating around by himself in the first uncrewed flight test in 2019 called
And
Demo 1.
That was Anne McClain again.
And it was, once she was on space station. This is a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob and Doug's sons. Then we go to Crew 1, Baby Yoda. The first stuffed animal, there's a penguin, Gwyn, the penguin, with Crew 2. And then Crew 3, the turtle, classmates Raja Chari and Kayla Barron, of course. And then you see the first humanoid. That was the Einstein doll floating around. There he is. We spot shadowed him. And then here, inside the International Space Station, there's Suhail, the mascot for the United Arab Emirates. So the question is, Jessica, what did Crew 7 bring?
You know, I do know what they have, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to reveal it quite yet. We're going to wait for the view? Let's wait for the view.
Let's wait.
When we get it
Dragon,
in the view.
SpaceX, nominal side hatch leak check.
I can tell you about mine. On Soyuz, we have this tradition as well.
SpaceX Dragon copies, nominal side hatch leak check.
Good call there, though, on the side hatch leak check. That's good.
My commander brought, it was a small stuffed unicorn. I think it was from his daughter. So that was what we had to demonstrate microgravity for us. And really for everybody watching, because that's, you're still strapped in during all those moments. So it's difficult to tell if there's any weightlessness yet or any relative motion. But that's why you have the microgravity, the zero gravity indicator. Not truly zero gravity, so it's a microgravity indicator, I'd say. Or even sometimes called a 1G indicator, because you can see when you're back in 1G when you're landing as well.
So you use it on the way down?
I think so. I'm not sure if the Dragon they still have in the capsule on the way down, if it's secured or not. Yeah, it's a fun tradition, though, and it's, a group activity, or at least usually up to the discretion of the commander. Who's going to choose it? Maybe it's your first space flight. Children are often involved, so everybody gets to play along and have a role and see that microgravity indicator launching.
And while we've got a moment here, Jessica, we want to catch everyone up on our preparations for our first launch of a crew around the moon. First in more than 50 years. Let's take a look at our Artemis Moon Minute.
For the first time, Artemis 2 astronauts got an up-close look at the Orion spacecraft that will fly them around the moon. Astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen visited Orion at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
and it looks amazing. Their handiwork is gorgeous. I'm ready to take it for a spin.
Until launch day arrives, the crew is training at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. They use the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, a giant pool, to practice safely getting out of a floating mock-up of Orion. And it's not an easy task. Navy divers in rafts will harness and hoist the astronauts into the air by helicopter, where they will be taken to a nearby Navy vessel. Back at Kennedy, we got a look at the brand new Artemis crew transportation vehicles.
So the first 9 miles of the journey to the moon starts in these crew transport vehicles.
On launch day, these fully electric, zero-emission vehicles by Canoe Technologies will reunite the Artemis II astronauts with Orion at Launch Complex 39B. NASA's powerful moon rocket, the Space Launch System, and Orion will carry them on the rest of the 250,000-mile journey to the moon. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute.
For Artemis updates, please see the QR code on your screen right now. Or you could visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis 2. Certainly, you know all the crew members for Artemis 2, but also friends with the A2 crew, and 2 of them, Christina Cook and Victor Glover, were even part of your astronaut class, the 8 Balls, right, 2013?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I am good friends with all 4 of them, and especially with those 2, with Victor and Christina being my classmates, it makes it even more meaningful. You know, when you are classmates with new astronauts, there were 8 of us, of course, called the 8 Balls, and they're like your brothers and sisters, truly. They really are. And I know if anything happened day or night, I could call on any one of them, no questions asked. And it's really, really exciting that we're going to be sharing this moment with them. When I was on board, I even had, at one moment when I arrived, we had 4 members of our class. Half of our class was actually on board the space station at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Nick Hague was still there for the first 8 days of my flight. Christina, as we just talked about from the Artemis II crew, she was up there already.
Of course, the historic all-female spacewalk.
That's right.
2019, yeah.
And Drew Morgan was there as well. So there were 4 of us from the class, and that was truly something we never thought would happen. You know, a lot of times, especially in the past, you would see if a rookie astronaut flew their first time, often they were with more experienced people, so you didn't have a lot of rookies all at once, or 4 of your classmates at once.
Yeah.
And so in the end, that's how it happened for us, and we couldn't have been happier. You know, it's, again, you're flying with these people that you're already so close with and know each other so well.
And of course, half that class was women, right? It was four men and 4 women.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first time that we've ever had that 50-50 ratio. You know, we still don't have a 50-50 ratio in the office, but we're trending in the right direction. I think we have about maybe 35% women right now, but heading in the right direction, really like all the STEM fields. And that's why it's such an exciting time when we are starting to have more equity from different backgrounds in everything that we do.
As we look at the launch pad there, pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, the Falcon 9 rocket, and the Dragon spacecraft on top. We're counting down towards the next few milestones, and we're waiting for the closeout team to leave the White Room and then eventually drive away. That'll be at T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes, and then a few minutes after that, they'll drive away from the tower. There you see them by the elevators, wrapping up their work on the launch tower. And of course, taking a lot of that equipment with them that was being used to cool off the astronauts. And so while they finish their work, let's learn more about what the astronauts are going to do once they arrive at the International Space Station. Let's take a look at their mission overview.
Our Crew 7 mission will take our 4 crew members to the International Space Station, which is, think of it as an orbiting laboratory around the Earth.
In the broadest sense, Crew 7 and Expedition 70 is about the exploration of space, because a lot of the science and technology development that we do on board the space station not only benefits future missions to the Moon and Mars, but it also benefits humanity and it benefits the Earth.
The main topic of our work is always science, so we have numerous scientific projects and scientific experiments which we are part of.
We're doing science and research on ourselves, our human bodies, and how we react in space so that we can eventually go further in the solar system.
Using the long-lasting microgravity environment on board the International Space Station, which we cannot obtain on the ground, we can perform many scientific research that makes our life on Earth better.
Well, with my international upbringing, I'm especially proud of the fact that our Crew 7 mission has 4 different astronauts from 4 different countries.
And it's just something really special when you think about we've all come from very different backgrounds. We have different cultures and different traditions, but we share those with each other.
Working as a team, we can back up each other and accomplish the mission easily.
And I hope that this is something which can show the world how we can achieve big things when we cooperate and we work together.
It's a human being's instinct to broaden our boundaries.
Humans have always wanted to push the boundaries. We're curious beings. We want to know what is out there.
We want to see what's behind that hill. We want to see what's behind that sea. We want to see what's behind that planet.
Every time we've explored in the past, it has been beneficial to humans and to humankind. We always learn and develop technologies that help us. We learn more about our home planet.
We travel out into space to gather knowledge, to expand our understanding of our world and the universe, and return that knowledge to the Earth, to humanity, for the benefit of us all.
Welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams work around the clock to monitor work and life aboard the orbital laboratory. Mission Control Houston is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew 7. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Chris Dobbins. He will lead the joint NASA-SpaceX Go, No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with mission controls here in Houston and SpaceX in Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew 7 to its new home in space. Like many launches to the International Space Station, today's launch has an instantaneous launch window, meaning the crew must launch at exactly 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time to line up with this space station. Launching at that time puts us in an orbit where Dragon's thrusters, which don't have the same power as Falcon 9, can carry Crew 7 the rest of the way to the space station. When Crew 7 arrives at the space station, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 7, but rather as Expedition 69 flight engineers. They'll be declared Expedition 70 once the Soyuz MS-23 departs in a few weeks with NASA's Frank Rubio on board. He will land September 27th with the longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut with 371 days in space. Once on board, Crew 7 will conduct a direct handover with Crew 6, and Crew 6 will remain on board the station until their scheduled undocking day. A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, a record approaching 23 years in duration. After docking and hatch opening on Saturday, Crew 6 will give Crew 7 a safety briefing and orientation, which might be particularly helpful for the first-time space flyers on this flight, NASA's Jasmin Moghbeli and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. For now, we'll send it back to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, looking at pad 39A, the rocket and the spacecraft that will go to that destination that Courtney just gave us an update on, the International Space Station, which of course is flown from Mission Control in Houston. Give you an update on what's happening out the pad. We've got the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft. They are buckled in, plugged in, ready to go, had their comm checks completed. And right now, the closeout crew is making their way, finishing up their work and making their way out of the launch tower.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
So that means they're out of the crew arm. You can see them going down the steps to the elevators and then back down to their vehicles to clear out of the blast danger area. There you see their vehicles awaiting them, the 3 Teslas that took the astronauts to the launch pad. They will take the closeout crew out of the perimeter of the launch area, and they will stand by at an area a good distance away from the launch pad. We're 1 hour and 41 minutes and counting until liftoff, and as we look at the pad and think about traveling to the International Space Station, we talked about the crew and how they'll be performing many groundbreaking science experiments. Let's take a closer look now at some of that science they'll be doing.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the Moon and Great Leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
The orbital perspective that we have here on the ISS is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
A great overview of some of the science being done on board. And Jessica, you've looked into this mission, of course, as an astronaut with the astronaut corps and a scientist yourself. You're pretty curious about some of the science that's going up on this mission.
Yeah, we talked about some of the experiments already, the CIPHER, physiology and psychological experiment, the sleep in orbit experiment. There's another one that I find particularly interesting. It's called ISS external microorganisms. So this is a really cool one because for the first time we're going to be taking samples during the spacewalk to determine whether or not the space station releases microorganisms through things like life support vents. So we'll be swabbing and collecting these samples to try to understand how far they go, how many of them are there, how far they travel, and get a good idea for what it would be like. In particular, if we think about going forward and being good stewards Now, I like to think about when we travel, we need to be good stewards of our planet. So if we're going to the surface of Mars one day, we need to understand what kind of contamination we might be having and what kind of effect we might have on that planet. So this microorganisms experiment will help understand a little bit more of the impact that we have. And to me, that is the ultimate experiment because it is science and a spacewalk at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
My two favorite things. So if I could knock both out at once, I mean, that would be incredible.
A double winner right there. And so they're going to actually swab the outside of the space station?
Yeah, they're going to collect those samples during that spacewalk.
How about that? Now, what are these vents that you're talking about? What are they venting?
So some of the vents are for the life support system. So, we are introducing an atmosphere into the space station to give us the air that we need to breathe. And so there are some vents associated with life support systems in general, stuff that is off-gassed or released to the external environment.
Out into space.
That's right. Yeah.
And so you're wondering if by chance there could be some microorganisms out there growing, which would just blow my mind if there were.
Right, and perhaps rapidly evolving in the space environment.
How about that? Fascinating. And as a scientist, Jessica, you did a lot of work early in your career. You've talked a little bit about that. And it calls back to an experiment that is worth mentioning now that had some amazing results. And when you were working on this experiment, it even got a catchy name called Mighty Mouse. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit of that with our audiences. This is a mission to the International Space Station, and science is at the forefront. You were involved in an experiment that had some pretty incredible results.
Yeah, the Mighty Mouse experiment is one of my favorite ones to talk about for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a physiologist, as we mentioned, and so there's a lot of similarities between the work that I've done and working with animals. This experiment looked at the myostatin and activin pathways. So these are very important molecular signaling pathways that influence muscle degradation or breakdown. So on the Earth, the researchers involved here have identified these as very important for providing possible targets to prevent muscle and bone loss. So you can see a picture here. These are two of the mice in question, the Mighty Mouse experiment. I think it's pretty obvious to the naked eye, even without a scientific background, that they are very different. So what you have here is what we call a wild type mouse on the left, the smaller mouse, just the normal mouse. And then on the right, you have a Mighty Mouse. And this was accomplished in two different ways in the experiment. One, by creating a myostatin knockout mice. So this means that this mouse actually does not have the gene for this pathway. So as you can see, this mouse, these myostatin knockouts, have 2 times the muscle weight compared to the other mice. So because you're blocking that pathway, degradation is not inhibited, and they have much more muscle on board. And you could feel that in the mice. When I was doing the experiment, holding the mice, you could feel how strong they were and how much bigger they were. Interestingly, when we treated another set of mice, again, just the normal mice, with a therapeutic agent, they also did not lose muscle or bone mass in space. What I'm pointing to right there in this picture, this is a bone densitometer. So we were actually putting the mice into this bone densitometer and imaging their bone density while they were on board the International Space Station to get these images, because we're looking at not only muscle but also bone. These pathways are important for both muscle and bone. And why is this important? This is important for a lot of different reasons. First of all, here on the ground, we have a lot of different disease states that have different types of bone loss or muscle wasting. Muscular dystrophy, osteoporosis, heart disease, any kind of disuse wasting of the muscle for like elderly people or bedridden people. And if we can understand more about the mechanisms involved in these pathways, we can help those patients. And the other interesting thing about this experiment in general is that it also has applications to space. You know, you saw a video earlier of us exercising in space, incredibly important part of our day. We have 2-hour blocks on our schedule because if we don't exercise every day, we will have significant muscle loss and bone density loss. We have these really large systems on the space station, these pieces of exercise equipment to keep our bones and muscles healthy. But when we talk about going back to the moon, going to Mars for long periods of stay, we'll have smaller capsules. We won't have these big pieces of equipment. And so we might need to employ some of these strategies that we're learning about on the International Space Station. So that's why this experiment is such a favorite of mine. It really touches life back here on Earth, helping patients with various disease states. Also is applicable to the future of space travel as well. And even I'll cap it off with a really interesting story of the investigators. Se-Jin Lee and Emily Germain Lee, they met back in college. Se-Jin was working on the myostatin pathway, the one involved in the muscles, and Emily, before she was his wife, she was already working on the activin pathway, the one involved in bone. And they realized, although they were working separately at the time, they had this very complementary system that worked in concert. And if they worked together, then perhaps they could solve some of these even bigger questions. They were incredibly excited. They had always dreamed of having an experiment of theirs fly in space, and they had demonstrated these concepts on the ground. So it was really cool to be part of this team and watch that experiment come to fruition and to have such dramatic results. Again, those mice that were treated with this therapeutic agent did not lose muscle and bone density in space, while the ones that were not, just like us, had dramatic losses in both of these. So really interesting to see that these agents were successful in space and the applications it might have for the future.
And amazing that it was, you know, an experiment. Yeah, the results, of course, incredible, and they obviously, you can see them in the photo of the mice and how it turned out. But I mean, this experiment was right in your wheelhouse, right? All of that came together, you know, both the scientists, you up on board the International Space Station as well. I remember reading, you know, I looked into the study a little bit in preparation for the show, and space was said as, you know, the ultimate bed rest, right?
Yeah.
Like, which is not good if you're trying to maintain that bone and muscle mass.
Right. We need to make sure that we can bring astronauts back to be healthy. And when we think about going and walking around on the moon and Mars, we need to make sure that astronauts are healthy when they get there as well. My colleague Drew Morgan and I were super excited to be performing this experiment in space. He's a medical doctor by background, and me as a physiologist. We were utilizing our own backgrounds, and that was another one of the big contributions that we felt we made. And we even ended up on their scientific publication as well.
How about that? Well, thank you very much, Jessica, for sharing that outstanding science. T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes and counting. We're awaiting the launch escape health check. And then in a few more minutes, we'll get to our chief engineer technical poll. We won't hear that over the loops, but marching slowly to the T-minus 1 hour mark, and activity will really start picking up. Until then, let's take a social question. I've been getting them all night. Keep them coming in. Hashtag Ask NASA. Here we have at Indiana Jonas. Do you have a favorite item, Jessica, that you brought with you to space?
Yeah, I think we'll actually have a chance coming up here to show some of the items of things that I brought to space. So I won't spoil the surprise quite yet of everything. But, you know, a lot of times astronauts will bring pictures of loved ones, whether it's a physical picture or just something that we can bring up, sent up on a computer or an iPad. And we like to bring things that represent our different backgrounds, for representing universities we went to, clubs that we belonged in, because, you know, we've talked about it a little bit already, but, you know, this is not just our mission. This is really for everybody, and we want to carry that enthusiasm and that excitement with everybody to show them that they are a part of it. So there are so many things. You wish you could bring more because our capacity is very limited, but, you know, we have to think long and hard about which items we'll bring up with us.
Well, let's talk about that flight kit a little bit more. Each Crew 7 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them for their roughly 6-month stay in space. And we're holding your item as a surprise. Let's take that crew shot and we'll talk about what they're bringing up. You see all the way to the left, Konstantin Borisov. He's bringing up his son's first toy, going left to right. Next is Andreas Mogensen. He picked the 0G indicator along with his children, and he kept it a surprise. And so we're waiting to see that. We're going to see it float in space. We'll learn more about that in a bit. And then to his right is, of course, the commander, Jasmin Moghbeli. She brought 2 Dragon stuffed animals, one for each of her twin girls, and she's going to show them floating around in space to her girls. So we can take a little video, send that to them. It's a touching thing to do for your young kids. And then all the way on the right, Satoshi. He's bringing photos of his family and friends and photos of current students at the school he graduated from.
Yeah, we take a lot of pictures of these items floating around the space station, usually in front of in the cupola, so you've got the Earth in the background. And actually, it's difficult to get some of these photos sometimes. You get a little air and some ventilation, an object gets caught in the ventilation. It's not floating exactly, just staying still where you want it. The light changes all the time in the cupola, so you have to kind of master out this system to get proficient at it, to take these pictures, because it can take quite a bit of time. But it's so important and so meaningful for the people back on the ground that we do our best to capture as many of them for the loved ones that we have and for everyone down there, because it really does mean so much to everybody.
Wouldn't it be better to have video rather than a picture of something floating around?
Yeah, we do video too.
Okay.
But you're right. You're right. A lot of times it's just a still image that we have, but depends what you want to use it for.
Great stuff there by Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, with us on the broadcast. Thank you very much, Jessica. And continuing to count down, 1 hour and 25 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew 7. You're watching NASA's coverage. When these astronauts go up to the International Space Station, they'll spend about 6 months up there working scientific experiments that you just heard a few of them from our astronaut co-host. And then they'll come back down, and one of the traditions we've just started to see now is the astronauts coming back to the Kennedy Space Center to talk to the folks that help support the mission. And there's a lot of people here at the Kennedy Space Center working behind the scenes to make those launches a success. And recently it was the Crew 4 astronauts that took time out of their busy schedules to say thank you to the Kennedy team, and we've got to look at that.
It is very surreal to drive around the grounds. The last time we were here, we were in quarantine, and so we were very isolated. We got to have our families around us, but we didn't really get to interact with a lot of people. But we could see all the hustle and bustle that goes on in order to make it possible for us to launch.
It is hard to imagine looking over at the gantry from here, thinking back to when we were sitting on top of a rocket. It is a pretty amazing place to be able to come back to. Kennedy really has a special place in my heart.
I think it was really important to all of our crew to have this opportunity to come back here and just thank the workforce here, our team members that made this flight possible. You know, I think as we think about spaceflight, it is not anywhere near an individual type of accomplishment.
Yeah, just absolute gratitude for the teams of people that just ensure our safety, ensure that there's always an eye looking over every piece, every detail, and ensuring that launch goes off without a hitch.
So many of you have been a part of that journey, your investment, your expertise, making us successful in our work and getting us home safely. And we're grateful for the work that you're doing.
So it is incredibly special to be back here and get to actually interact and thank all the people that contribute to the mission and were able to get us off the ground and bring us home.
It's just an amazing place, just such a talented pool of people that enable such amazing expeditions to fly out of the Kennedy.
So it's really cool to be back here and to get to meet the people that are making all of that happen.
You can really tell all those smiling faces just how much that meant for Crew 4 to come back and share their time and their words with the team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Well, you're looking live at Launch Pad 39A, the Falcon 9 rocket, and Dragon spacecraft. We'll start fueling up the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes and counting. But in between this time and that time, got a few more milestones to go, including arming the launch escape system, rotating that crew access arm away, and then, of course, having the pole for the readiness to tank the rocket. This view right here, you're looking at special guests that have gathered at the Banana Creek facility here on the Kennedy Space Center. Launch watchers. Got a big group here, which is impressive because it is 2 a.m. Eastern time, but it's always exciting to take in a crewed launch when you know that you've got astronauts going up on top of a rocket. And so they've all gathered pretty early in the morning here and pretty early in the countdown. An hour and 21 minutes to go. It's great to see the crowd out there at the Banana Creek viewing site. Got about 6,000 people who are at various viewing areas around the Kennedy Space Center. Banana Creek is one of them. Also got folks along a causeway that's just across the water, watching from those locations. Of course, we've got special guests up at a building we call the Operations and Support Building. We've got our own Jasmin Hopkins up there who will be interviewing some special guests here in the final hour. And they're joined by several hundred VIPs who are taking in the site from the 5th floor up there on the balcony. It's a great view up there as well. We've talked a lot about the different astronaut classes this evening. Of course, our astronaut co-host, Jessica Meir. She's from the 8-ball class of 2013. Our crew tonight, the commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli, is the only NASA astronaut going up on this flight. It's a multinational flight. But she is one in many and a highly accomplished group of astronauts selected in 2017 and nicknamed the Turtles.
But I think for me what's really special is that we all just come from such a diverse set of backgrounds and experiences. We have scientists, engineers, people from all different walks of life.
We're just really, really fortunate. The team that selected our class, I think, just did an amazing job at really looking at how personalities meld together.
That's what I appreciate the most, is just the way that we're able to enable each other's strengths and lean on each other in ways that bring us together and bring us closer as a group.
We all care so deeply about each other. We have such an amazing relationship across the entire class, and you know, just what an amazing group of people.
We've been able to really lean on each other and our expertise in different moments where it's most applicable.
Jasmin is an amazing person. Our class is incredibly close, and she is just an amazing leader, an incredible pilot, and a great choice to be the commander of Crew 7.
And that's one of the biggest blessings of being up here for so long for me is I'll have flown with pretty much half of my class.
We now have a continuous turtle presence in space, which started with Crew 3 when Kayla and Raja launched, which we look forward to Jasmin carrying forward.
So the Turtles class, an amazing class. They were the class that was selected just after my class of the 8 balls, and pretty cool that they have this kind of run of the space station right now. I remember when we were saying that about the 8 balls, but Jasmin will be joining her classmates Frank Rubio and Woody Hoberg on board. They are already up there awaiting for her. And then Laurel O'Hara will be joining from her Soyuz launch in the middle of September. So pretty exciting to have all of those turtles up there at once. And I know that's how it felt for me. Daryl and I were talking earlier about when I arrived on the space station and we had 4 members of our class all up there at the same time. And in thinking about it, I think I've talked about all 7 of my classmates during this broadcast. You've seen photos of most of them in the previous coverage. And it just shows how we really do become like a family here at NASA in the astronaut office, especially with those classmates. We talked about my classmate Anne McLean. You saw her as the astronaut support person on the pad, helping the crew with all of those final preparations. We saw Christina from the spacewalk footage from the spacewalks. Actually, we did 3 spacewalks together, Christina and myself, during our mission. And you saw Victor and Christina in those Artemis images as well, as they are now in training for the incredibly exciting Artemis 2 mission. You saw some footage of Nicole Mann and Josh Cassida from their recent mission on board the space station. They were on Crew 5, so again, carrying that legacy with them. We talked a little bit about Nick Hague earlier as well. Nick was there on the space station when I arrived. And I talked about Drew Morgan just recently with the Mighty Mouse experiment. Drew was the astronaut that I was up there. Actually, I didn't spend a day in space without Drew. He was there for the entire 7 months of my mission. I was up there for 205 days, so almost 7 months. He was there already when I arrived, so he was up there even longer. He had about a 9-month mission. So there you have it, all members of the class. We've been represented in this broadcast, but it's not about us today. It's about those turtles. So more about them. We are so excited to see Jaws on her way, headed to join her classmates, Frank and Woody, up there. You know, we have right now on the space station the 4 crew members that flew up on Crew 6, of course. That's Woody Hoberg, Steve Bowen, Sultan Al-Nayati, an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, and also Andrei Fedyaev. They arrived on the Crew 6 vehicle, so they'll be departing about 5, 6, 7 days after Crew 7 arrives. They'll have a handover period so they can really get accustomed to everything that's going on, hand over whatever information they need, and then they'll depart. And then we have Frank Rubio and cosmonauts Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin. So this crew will be joining the 7 crew members that are already up there until that handover period ends, and then the 4 from Crew 6 will depart. The Soyuz crew is scheduled to land, I think, September 27th. So Frank will finally be returning home from space back here to the U.S. And his mission was extended, so he will have been up there for over a year when he lands.
Finally, and he's going to break the record, right? Longest
That's
continuous stay in space.
That's right. It has been an incredible mission for him, but of course everyone is very excited to have him back on the ground as well.
And I'm sure he will be just as excited to be back on Earth and be able to visit his friends and family and take a hot shower.
Showers are always very welcome when you come back. You know, You do get surprisingly, you feel very clean on board. I was surprised by it, but it's kind of like a sponge bath that we get up there, but you really do feel clean. And part of the reason why is you just don't feel as dirty as in space, you know? Not even your clothes are really resting against you when you're in microgravity. Everything's kind of floating. You don't go outside and get sweaty in the hot Florida humidity like us sitting here in these chairs getting a bit hot. You just don't experience that because you're never sitting down. You know, you don't.
But you are perspiring, right? That you're losing water through the skin.
Sure.
But it's not sitting there, right?
Absolutely. You still have all the same physiological mechanisms going on, but it's a temperature control environment, so you're not really sweating throughout the day aside from when you exercise, and then you do sweat quite a bit.
Okay.
And it's really cool to see because the water, it doesn't just fall down, doesn't fall off of you like it does here on Earth. It'll kind of accumulate until a force acts upon it. So you might have a ball of sweat kind of growing on your head, for example, if you're Victor Glover, you don't have any hair up there, or Luca Parmitano on my mission. And yeah, it behaves differently until it'll come off in a with a once you have motion imparted onto it.
Great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down 1 hour and 11 minutes until liftoff of Crew 7 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. If you're here with us in the area and you want to hear the call-outs live as they happen, you can hook that up on amateur radio. The VHF frequency you can see on your screen, 146.940 megahertz, and on the UHF radio frequency, 444.925 megahertz FM mode. And you can hear that throughout the county here on the Space Coast. So we're a little over 1 hour until liftoff. And this is a continuation of regular crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil. SpaceX's Crew 7 mission will be the company's 8th crewed spaceflight for NASA, following the crewed test flight Demo 2. It will also be SpaceX's 11th crewed spaceflight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4 and Axiom missions 1 and 2. Our crew at the very top in the spacecraft Endurance. It will be the third flight for that Dragon that you see right there on top of the rocket. The Falcon 9 booster, well, that's a brand new one. Booster 1081
M1D
on its first flight.
MVAC fuel bleed has started.
As they are reused more and more. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, you were talking about the booster, how, you know, in the reuse booster, you've got that sooty exterior on it, and this is a brand new one. Of course, commercial crew program, they limit the number of boosters in terms of their reflight for use on crew to 5. The Endurance, its previous missions were Crew 3, Crew 5, and of course today, Crew 7. If you're just joining us now, we've had a great countdown so far. Weather is nearly perfect, 95% go. We've got a crowd of launch viewers on hand at our various locations around the Space Center. More than 6,000 people here in the local area, and of course, beyond that, outside the gate, even more. Now, we mentioned this, once we get to an hour to go until liftoff, things will start really picking up. We get close to that go, no-go pole that will arm the launch escape system. And then once that's armed, and we rotate the crew access arm away, We'll get the propellant loaded into the rocket at T-minus 35 minutes. That crew poll for readiness happens at T-minus 1 hour. And of course, the poll to load the prop is at T-minus 55 minutes. At T-minus 45 minutes, there'll be an internal mission control Hawthorne poll, and then the launch director's poll for propellant load. I mentioned the crew access arm. That'll retract when we get to T-minus 40 minutes. And the crew will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. Of course, once you have the Falcon 9 being loaded with propellant, you want a safety system that will allow the astronauts to get off the top of the rocket in case anything happens. And that automated safety system is in place. What makes it work are 8 Super Draco thrusters that are on Dragon. They would fire and quickly separate the crew from the rocket. And they can do that either on the pad or during flight on the ride uphill. And thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 7th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has been with us over the past 3 hours, talking about Crew 7 as they have prepared for launch. Also talked a lot about science and a phenomenal number of other fascinating topics. We really appreciate you being here. We're now closing in on T-minus 1 hour until liftoff, and your thoughts on how we've done so far?
Things have been proceeding nominally, as we say in the space business. Things are looking good. The leak checks were good. Comm checks were good. The hatches closed. I think we're in good shape. And the weather, what did we say? A 95% favorable odds for weather. So looking good, and I'm feeling good about it tonight. What about you, Daryl?
Oh, I am feeling fantastic, and it's good. We both got the positive vibes going. You mentioned the weather. It's nearly perfect. Liftoff time still holding for 3:27 a.m. Eastern time and 27 seconds if you're right down to the second. We're tracking no issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon, as Jessica mentioned. The range is green, weather good to go. Over the past 3 hours, we want to review now what our crew's been doing, and there you see them. Jasmin Moghbeli, Andreas Mogensen, Satoshi Furukawa, and Konstantin Borisov. They have been getting ready to launch into space. Let's take a moment now to recap the overnight launch preparations. After waking up and having a meal, SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits, as you can see right here at the historic quarters suit-up room. Then the crew, well, once they got their suits pressure tested, they walked right out of the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and loved ones after getting inside their Teslas with the gull-wing doors coming down.
Valve cycle to equalize
They joined a caravan led by Center Security on a 20-minute ride to Launch Complex 39A.
Big smiles all around.
All the way around. And then following their arrival to the pad, they got a look at their rocket, and in they went, walking across the crew access arm and right into their spacecraft. And those big smiles you mentioned, Jessica, we just saw them right there. Looks like the crew, they're good to go.
They truly are contagious, those smiles. It is difficult not to be smiling and excited when you know you are about to leave the planet for the first time for some of these, for Jasmin and for Konstantin as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of preparations have been brought to us at this point, including a dry dress. A lot of things have been going into this so to get everybody ready. Of course, we had a launch delay yesterday. We stood down for that attempt, but now we're good to go, and we expect to be launching at 3:27 and 27 seconds, our new T0. All systems good to go for launch. Now we want to have our
Dragon,
team.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5.
Okay, and with that call out at this time, we're going to expand our coverage. We'd like to welcome in SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, where the SpaceX mission team is located. Welcome to Jesse and Leah.
Thanks, Daryl, and hello to everyone watching around the world. I'm Leah Cheshire with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, an Integration and Test Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. Leah and I are joining you today from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew 7 just under an hour from now.
And of course, Crew 7 is our 7th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, but it also comes with an important first. Crew 7 is the first mission in which every seat in the spacecraft is filled with a crew member from a different international partner agency. Represented are NASA, ESA, the European Space Agency, JAXA, or the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos. It's also the first time an ESA astronaut has served as pilot of Dragon, so Andreas Mogensen is adding that to his list of accomplishments.
The Dragon flying today will be making its 3rd trip to station, having previously supported Crew 3 and Crew 5. And much like on those missions, our teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control, which is just behind us, to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew 7's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return back home to Earth. On console or headset and mission control are 6 key
SpaceX
Our
copies.
6
Crew
key
7 is
positions.
go for launch.
The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts, which we just heard a few seconds ago, is the crew operations and resources engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. With less than an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and for launch.
And of course, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. They recently gave their go for launch and confirmed the station is ready to receive Dragon and the new crew. Now, upon liftoff, today's flight to the space station will take almost 30 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff. Coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for propellant load with a final go-no-go poll. In the meantime, NASA's Courtney Beasley is going to help us take a closer look at
propellant load and launch go-no poll. Go-no-go polls open at 55.80, procedure 1.160.
Thanks, Jesse. I'm here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. What we have our sights set on today is low Earth orbit, which you'll sometimes hear us refer to as LEO. This is classified as orbits around Earth that are 1,200 miles or lower. There are a lot of satellites in this orbit, including the Hubble telescope, and of course, today's destination, the International Space Station. The space station's orbit averages at 260 miles above Earth, but varies based on its apogee or perigee, the highest and lowest points of its orbit. Being that the space station is 260 miles above Earth, crew members are too far away to make things out like cars, people, or buildings, but they can see other landmarks around the world, and the long camera lenses they use help them zoom in on familiar sights of our home planet. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen captured Cape Canaveral on Florida's Atlantic coast earlier this month, near Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where Crew 7 is launching from today. The contrast of the colors between the Indian River and Atlantic Ocean become much more pronounced from space. And here's a beautiful nighttime shot of the city lights of Mecca in the desert valley of western Saudi Arabia, captured by NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg on July 26th. Human presence on Earth becomes much easier to see at night. And this final image was captured by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio of Vedima Lake, one of the largest in Argentina, on May 7th. Each of these images are taken from the vantage point of the International Space Station that orbits roughly 260 miles above Earth. Satellites collect imagery of Earth too, of course, but the International Space Station is unique in seeing these viewing opportunities because astronauts and cosmonauts can tell scientists on the ground what they're observing and what stands out in real time. We can't wait to see what Crew 7 captures, but for now, we'll send it back to Hawthorne. Jesse and Leah.
SpaceX's ultimate mission is to make life multiplanetary. To get us there, we've been developing a fully and rapidly reusable transportation system called Starship, the most powerful launch vehicle system ever developed and designed to carry passengers and cargo to Earth orbit, the moon, and planetary destinations like Mars. In fact, earlier today, the team completed a successful static fire of our Super Heavy Booster 9, an exciting step towards our next Starship flight test. But you have to learn to walk before you can run, or should I say fly. And our learning started with Dragon, designed from the beginning to transport both people and cargo to space. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling behind us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station.
Dragon launched to space in December 2010 and became the first private spacecraft to return from orbit. 2 years later, Dragon became the first commercial spacecraft to deliver cargo to and from the space station, and in 2020, as we remember well, became the first private crewed spacecraft to reach the International Space Station.
Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed 9 human spaceflight missions and visited the International Space Station 38 times. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. And these days, we are very much focused on the beyond.
Now, of course, we already have explorers on the Red Planet, paving the way for humans who will arrive in the future. NASA's Perseverance rover landed on Mars in 2021 after an almost 7-month journey. Its mission addresses high-priority science goals and also provides opportunities to gather knowledge and demonstrate technologies that address the challenges of future human expeditions to Mars. These include testing a method for producing oxygen from the Martian atmosphere, identifying other resources such as subsurface water, improving landing techniques, and characterizing weather, dust, and other potential environmental conditions that could affect future astronauts living and working on Mars. Now, of course, Perseverance also brought along another passenger named Ingenuity. This is the first helicopter ever flown on Mars. There's Ingenuity being deployed from Perseverance and those historic flights that we've seen so far.
When the time comes for human explorers, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities on Mars will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew. So we're designing Starship from the beginning to carry hundreds of tons of cargo into space and be able to be refueled in orbit. Before Mars, Starship will play a key role in the exploration of the moon. SpaceX is providing the lunar lander, which will return astronauts to the lunar surface for the first time in 50 years under NASA's Artemis missions. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
Today, however, we are going a little closer to home, and the work we're doing on the space station also paves the way to Mars, but it takes place in low Earth orbit. As Courtney mentioned, the area includes any spacecraft that orbits at or less than 1,200 miles from our home planet. That's pretty close in comparison to our moon, which is almost 240,000 miles away and is referred to as deep space.
Deep space missions like future missions to Mars will challenge us like no spaceflight journey has before when we start looking to send humans millions of miles away from home. Long-duration missions on the space station, just like Crew 7, directly inform how we'll plan to support the first humans bound for the Red Planet on missions that could last months or even years.
So we really look forward to those human missions to Mars. And right now we're paving the way with today's exciting mission, plus through Artemis launches to the moon. For now, I'll send it back to Daryl and Jessica at KSC.
Thank you very much, Leah and Jesse. And to keep our astronauts safe while on missions to the moon and Mars, NASA is working to understand the long-term effects of living in space. Earlier, NASA's Jasmin Hopkins caught up with NASA's Chief Deputy Science Officer for our Human Research Program.
One of the investigations launching on Crew 7 is nicknamed CIPHER, and it will study the physiological and psychological changes in up to 30 astronauts. Joining us now to talk more about it is Kristen Faub from Johnson Space Center. So Kristen, tell me about your title and the 14 different investigations that make up CIPHER.
Yes, I am the Deputy Chief Scientist at the Human Research Program, and 14 research studies, all wrapped into one research complement called CIPHER. What we want to do is study the impact of microgravity on bone, exercise, vision, behavioral health, and not only as individual elements, but how they all interconnect together. And not only do we want to study that, but we also want to understand the impact duration has on the human body and microgravity. This is going to be really important information for us for the Artemis missions and for Mars.
Right, Kristen, and on that note, we have been studying in low Earth orbit for over 20 years now. So how is CIPHER adding into that?
Yes, 20 years, and we've learned a lot about the changes that happens in the human body in space. Plus, we also have learned a lot about the twin study that happened a few years back. So CIPHER is just a build on top of all of that knowledge that we've gained so far, plus all of the technology that we have today and data analysis. It's a great time to start CIPHER.
It really is. And after the launch of Crew 7, how soon can we expect to get the data back from CIPHER?
Well, once we start getting data, we'll start processing it, and then when we start to understand some of these observations and findings over hopefully these 30 crew, it's going to take time because 30 crew is going to be a lot of information. But once we start to find some interesting observations, we'll let you know.
Absolutely. It will be well worth the wait. Thank you so much for being here tonight, Kristen.
It's my pleasure.
Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine and Kristen. We're going to turn it over now to Hawthorne, California, and check in with our team at SpaceX headquarters for an update on the launch progression. How are we doing?
Thanks, Daryl. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a commercial sales manager here at SpaceX. We are coming up on just about 46 minutes until launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the process to lift off. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point today, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire earlier this week. For those of you following along, you'll also know that we stood down from yesterday's launch attempt for additional data reviews. But for now, all systems are looking good for launch. So next up, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load and for launch. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by voting electronically. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, or MD, on the nets, and NASA launch manager to make sure that they are ready to move forward as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier, the Falcon and Dragon launch teams, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. On screen, you have that incredible view of the Dragon spacecraft with the crew access arm still in the service position. The crew right now is on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Great shot of our astronauts there. Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of the access arm as it swings away from the capsule. The range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad, as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. And at Kennedy Space Center, weather is looking good for launch. If you're joining us on the ground in Florida, you know it's just about 82 degrees outside with light ground winds. Overall, we are looking good for launch in just about 45 minutes with a 5% chance of weather violation. Right now, we are listening in for that readiness poll announcement and instructions to our launch team. Again, this poll is going to be the go or no-go to move forward with propellant loading for today. As soon as that briefing ends, we should see that crew access arm, which you can see lit up on your screen right now, immediately start to move away from the capsule when that stow procedure begins. Coming up on just 43 minutes to launch. Great nighttime views of our Falcon 9 and Crew 7 capsule there on the screen.
SpaceX Dragon.
Go ahead, Dragon.
We didn't hear the poll for prop load and launch readiness. We're just giving a call.
And sorry, Dragon, I just missed the last of your sentence there. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, from Dragon, we just
polling is
hear
complete.
the poll for
The
prop.
joint NASA and SpaceX teams have polled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch audio sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Copy, proceeding to arm crew arm for movement.
And with that, we are moving forward toward launch. Propellant loading will begin in just over 5 minutes, but in the meantime, let's check back in with Daryl and Jessica.
All right, thank you very much, Ronnie.
Crew access arm retraction started.
We now have crew access arm retraction. So if you look in your screen, you can see there the crew access arm moving away from the Dragon. Another great shot of it there, articulating away. It takes about 90 seconds to 2 minutes to move away, and this is a critical milestone, Jessica, as that arm moves away, because now that means if the astronauts needed to get off that rocket for whatever reason, they could either bring the arm back quickly, and it can move, as I understand it, a lot faster than it's moving now in the case of an emergency egress, or they would move forward and arm the launch escape system. That hasn't been armed yet. So this is the moving and stowing of the crew access arm so that we can clear that away from the rocket and get ready to lift off. After that,
Crew access arm retraction complete.
We're now waiting to hear that Dragon is go for Section 7, closing the visors and arming
Dragon,
the launch
SpaceX,
escape system.
You are go for Section 6, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Well, they changed the number, but it's the same.
Dragon copies, go for Section 6, launch escape system arming.
Same milestone.
I hear from previous crews that this system arms the very loud thump, so they can actually hear that on board.
Which makes sense. You've got those engines, those Super Dracos, which are
Dragon visors closed, arming launch escape system.
right there next to their heads, right? You know, because
Copy, your go.
Right, and sounds like that was Jasmin saying she was ready to arm, and that command can be sent from either the ground or the crew, and the crew is sending that command now to arm that system. And that launch escape system is, of course, the system that will propel us away from the rocket, the crew capsule itself with the crew inside, in the event of any type of emergency with the rocket. And that is, of course, a system that we hope to never use, but it consists of 8 Super Draco thrusters on this Dragon vehicle that are used only for this abort. And we say we hope to never use it, we hope to not be in the situation, but we have had situations where we've had incredible in-flight tests. Unintentional, for example, there was the launch abort for the Soyuz for Nick Hague's first launch in 2018. Pretty exciting event, dynamic time, but something that showed us how robust these systems are. It performed nominally and carried Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin back to safety.
Verified armed.
we got the verification of the launch escape system now armed. You mentioned Nick Hague. As I understand it, he counts himself having gone to space twice.
That's right, or at least 1.5. But this system is now active. They do that 2 minutes before loading of the prop, since that, of course, then does present a more risky situation with that prop on board, and it will stay armed all the way through orbital insertion. I've also been told by previous Dragon crews that you can hear the system of valves opening and actually even the flow of the fuel itself as it comes on board.
The scenarios in which the launch escape system would be used.
F9 tanks venting for prop load in 10 seconds. Expect loud venting.
There they are warning them about that, exactly what you just mentioned, giving them a heads up that they'll be hearing those sounds.
Yeah, Victor Glover was telling me it's a very noticeable process. You can hear the opening and closing of the valves, and there are these low hums and kind of a fluttering sound as that super cold liquid oxygen and kerosene fill those large propellant tanks, first on the first stage and then on the second stage. Must be pretty exciting to be hearing those noises, knowing what that means and how much closer you're getting to liftoff.
This is pretty unique in the launch industry, right? Where the astronauts are inside the Dragon, inside their spacecraft, as it's being loaded with propellants.
That's correct.
That launch escape system you're talking about, if it were needed, it can get the crew several miles offshore out into the Atlantic Ocean. It's those Super Draco engines capable of moving Dragon half a mile in just 7.5 seconds. So that's equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour. So it really moves. It can also get it off the top of a moving rocket as well. So
right.
It's got to have that kind of power.
Right, at all those different phases, all the way until they're in orbit. And that's one of the things that we protect for here as well when we look at the weather forecast. It's not just for the actual launch itself, but to protect for any of those contingency landing scenarios in the various areas where they would splash down in that event.
Propellant load has started.
And so now the propellants are flowing into the Falcon 9 rocket. RP1, refined kerosene, and liquid oxygen, the oxidizer. That part we can see externally because as the liquid oxygen levels rise inside the Falcon 9, it is of course super chilled liquid oxygen, highly densified, and it will super chill the skin as well of the rocket, and it'll condense the air around it. And there's been well over 200 Falcon 9 launches, so if you've seen one before, you're familiar with the sight. The rocket condensing that air, that warm, humid Florida air, which we have been enjoying this evening, at least with a light breeze.
That's right. I think it's cooler than Houston anyway, so I'm enjoying my time here.
Good, good. All right, for another update, let's send it out to Hawthorne, California, an update from SpaceX.
Thanks, Daryl and Jessica. Now, before we send them to space, let's get to know our Crew 7 astronauts a little better. We'll start off with none other than the commander herself, NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli, making her debut spaceflight.
My name is Jasmin Moghbeli. I'm the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. Baldwin, New York is where I grew up. I always loved team sports from a really young age because you rely on one another, and that's something that I think is really important to know going forward in your career. I joined the Marine Corps. Sure, I wanted to fly jets. I thought you had to be a jet pilot to become an astronaut. I actually went to watch STS-116 launch while I was waiting to start flight school, and Sunny Williams happened to be on that flight. I realized she was a Navy helicopter pilot, and from that point on, I went full steam ahead. All four of us are so proud to represent what is possible when we come together. Ultimately, everything we do is to benefit the Earth.
Right next to Jasmin in Dragon Endurance is Andreas Mogensen, today's pilot representing the European Space Agency and making his second trip to low Earth orbit.
My name's Andreas Mogensen, and I'm the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Copenhagen, Denmark. In 2008, ESA were looking to select a new class of astronauts, and I applied together with about 8,500 Europeans. So I thought, there's just no way that I'll get selected. The chances of being selected are too small. But that changed when we were down to about 20 candidates. My first mission to the International Space Station was on a short 10-day mission. I had to hit the ground running as soon as I arrived on board, and as soon as I landed back on the Earth, I knew that I wanted to go back to the space station. I'm especially proud of the fact that our Crew 7 mission has 4 different astronauts from 4 different countries and 4 different agencies.
Next up, mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa. This JAXA astronaut is no stranger to the space station after spending 165 days in orbit as part of expeditions 28 and 29 in 2011.
My name is Satoshi Furukawa. I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Yokohama, Kanagawa, which is right south of Tokyo. The first human landing on the moon when I was 5 years old. I thought it was a great moment for humankind. I had a longing for space from my childhood. The moment I was selected as a Japanese astronaut candidate, you are hired, you are selected. It was the happiest moment in my life. Crew 7, we are conducting many scientific researches on the space station to benefit future space explorers. I am very proud of being a part of this excellent team of international partners and also researchers, engineers, flight controllers, flight directors, and so on. Because working as a team and working together, we can accomplish the big mission.
Rounding out our fully international crew is Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. He was selected to the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018 and today marks his first flight to the orbiting laboratory.
My name is Konstantin Borisov, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. For those who ask what a spaceflight is, I would say that we have 3 big jobs on the space station. First job is experiments. Second job is take care of the station, doing the maintenance, repair what's broken, storing things, restoring things, cleaning up. And the third big topic is actually taking care of your body, because in weightlessness you cannot help but train. I think many people don't understand that technology advancement which we have had during the last 50 years mainly comes from space exploration. People get very comfortable with using their phone and have very fast computers, and space motivates us to create those advancements. I want to take part in it, and I want to put my small stone into this pavement which leads us to the new asteroids, to the new planets, and to the new systems.
Now, as we see with all of our crews, these 4 crew members who make up Crew 7 have a mission patch they worked together to design.
The first thing that you notice is the white dragon on top of the Earth, its neck craned into the number 7 for Crew 7. Its tail curves upwards towards a golden star, and they say that symbolizes our ascent towards the stars and the pioneering spirit needed to propel us further into space. The blue, white, and red on the tail are the common colors in the flags of all 4 nations flying on this mission.
Now we are less than 30 minutes to launch, so let's check back in with Daryl and Jessica at KSC, where the countdown continues.
All right, thank you very much. Everything going well with the countdown so far. A little over a mile and a half from the launch pad we're going from today, this morning, 39A, is 39B, where the mobile launcher is back out on the pad right now, going through testing for the Artemis II crewed mission to the moon late next year. Here's more about Artemis in our Moon Minute. For the first time, Artemis II astronauts got an up-close look at the Orion spacecraft that will fly them around the moon. Astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen visited Orion at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
and it looks amazing. Their handiwork is gorgeous. I'm ready to take it for a spin.
Until launch day arrives, the crew is training at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. They use the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, a giant pool, to practice safely getting out of a floating mock-up of Orion. And it's not an easy task. Navy divers in rafts will harness and hoist the astronauts into the air by helicopter, where they will be taken to a nearby Navy vessel. Back at Kennedy, we got a look at the brand new Artemis crew transportation vehicles.
So the first 9 miles of the journey to the moon starts in these crew transport vehicles.
On launch day, these fully electric, zero-emission vehicles by Canoe Technologies will reunite the Artemis II astronauts with Orion at Launch Complex 39B. NASA's powerful moon rocket, the Space Launch System, and Orion will carry them on the rest of the 250,000-mile journey to the moon. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute. And for Artemis updates, there's a QR code on the bottom left of your screen, right there, actually bottom right. You can visit, you can use your cell phone to scan it, or you can visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis2. Earlier this evening, our own NASA's Jasmin Hopkins caught up with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, who is here watching the launch from SpaceX's firing room.
Administrator Nelson, today marks a first for NASA, the first time in a single launch that each astronaut represents a different space agency. So we have NASA, ESA, JAXA, and Roscosmos. What do you make of this diverse crew?
Well, it's a sign of our times. We are an international program. For example, we're going back to the moon in order to go to Mars. It's going to be an international mission that will launch with an international crew. So too, tonight's launch is entirely an international crew, save for the commander, Jasmin, an American astronaut. And so here we go. Now, isn't it interesting that what space does in our NASA program, it unifies us. It brings people together. And this is so true with what we're seeing tonight.
Right, and Administrator, you recently visited South America, and later on this year you're planning to visit India as well. Why is it so important for NASA to foster these international partnerships?
They are delighted, indeed, eager to learn more about NASA and to partner with NASA. And so that's what we find when we go to another country. It's usually the president that wants to see us. And for example, in this South American trip, we talked to the president of Brazil and Colombia about what NASA can provide in the way of information from our satellites to help them protect the Amazon rainforest from being destroyed, which is a high agenda item for those countries. Indeed, it's a high agenda item for the entire world. I'm going to India. India is one that we want to have a close relationship with. We've already been doing things such as science experiments with India. We've got a major science program going that will be Earth observing with India next January. But now we're going to train and fly an Indian astronaut. So it is happening as we speak, and the United States has been the beneficiary of it.
Absolutely. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much. Back to you.
As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew 7 to the International Space Station today. Starting from the very top of the vehicle is the Dragon spacecraft. In total, there are 16 Draco thrusters Dragon can use in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
And just wanted to note, one thing that we did miss just a moment ago was a call to the crew. There was a sensor issue that they are tracking. However, they are just continuing with the count, continuing to monitor it. And so we are continuing to discuss what we have in front of us, which is Dragon. Together, the Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus 1 under the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight. The trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo, and on some cargo resupply missions, we use Dragon's trunk to deliver the new solar arrays that are being installed on the space station.
As always, Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Once the first and second stages separate, these engines are also used to help land the first stage. The first stage will perform 3 burns today as it makes its way back down to Earth. First is the boost back burn, where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite to help flip the first stage around to head back to the launch site. The second burn is the entry burn. That's where a single engine will reignite and shut down to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. And then finally, the landing burn. That'll be where 3 engines will slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing zone 1.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by 1 single Merlin vacuum engine with over 220,000 pounds of thrust. The second stage will secure Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station on its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing its guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 20 minutes, our teams at the Cape in Hangar X are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update. How's it going, Ronnie?
Thanks, Jesse. We are still looking good for an on-time launch just over 20 minutes from now, and we'll keep monitoring all the vehicle systems. There we heard the call out for RP1 load complete on stage 2. So that means we are, of course, getting closer to liftoff. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy, and we're not tracking any major issues at this time. Right now, we're continuing to prep the vehicle for flight, and propellant loading began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is now armed. The range, which is monitoring keep-out zones and among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support launch tonight. Weather also looks good, and we are still tracking just a 5% chance of violation at our T0 time. But as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window, driven by the orbital mechanics constraints of 2 spacecraft meeting in orbit. Fun fact, the technical term for that meeting is called a rendezvous. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down tonight because of that instantaneous launch window, and instead target our backup opportunity, which is tomorrow at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But for now, with all systems go, let's turn it back over to Courtney for a status update from Houston.
Thanks, Ronnie. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are ensuring that the space station is ready to receive Dragon. They're also checking all communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly, and right now everything is proceeding as planned. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the station will monitor the autonomous docking of Dragon tomorrow when they enter joint operations, which happens when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is an invisible boundary that helps us monitor spacecraft arriving and departing. After docking, the crews will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches both on the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to happen about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for opening remarks for the new crew members. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Chris Dobbins is on console overseeing the team for launch, and Flight Director Judd Freeling will be on console tomorrow for docking. That's it from here in Mission Control Houston. I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And if you just joined us, T-minus 17 minutes and counting from the 7th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Jasmin Moghbeli, pilot Andreas Mogensen, or Andy Mogensen, and mission specialists Satoshi Furukawa and Konstantin Borisov are strapped into their seats inside the Dragon Endurance. They're at the top of the rocket. Falcon 9 rocket fueling. That operation is well underway. Launch escape system is armed. Of course, that means Dragon is prepared to launch itself.
SpaceX, stand by for an update on the sensor. Teams are still discussing and looking for our path forward.
As you just heard there, SpaceX is
Dragon copy.
looking at a sensor issue. And so trying to determine if the sensor is giving good data, good reading, or if...
Startup stage 2, locks loading.
If they're looking at something else, of course, we'll keep close tabs on that. In the meantime, propellant load continues.
I think sometimes you have hits on sensors for other reasons. We want to make sure that we are getting an accurate reading of what's happening with the system they're looking at. Probably trying to decide if it's a real signal or if it's a hit from some other reason.
There's a lot of redundancy in the systems, as you mentioned, and those sensors have to make sure that the engineers understand exactly what they're looking at. So we'll, again, keep tabs. In the meantime, here's a little bit about Crew 7. Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli, a military helicopter test pilot. There she is. She hails from Long Island, New York. She's a mother to 2 twin girls, and she is the mission commander. This is pilot Andy Mogensen's second trip to space station. His first was as the flight engineer for the ESA IRIS mission in 2015. Mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa's interest in space began when he was 5 years old and he saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. And mission specialist Konstantin Borisov was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018, and this will be his first trip to space. We've got more than 10,000 people all gathered, including these folks. Some special students. Those kids are, I shouldn't call them kids, they're students, right? College students. They're part of the First Nations launch, and they're giving us a big wave from the Banana Creek viewing location. They're from the University of Washington, University of Colorado, and Queen's University. They're visiting as part of NASA's First Nations launch, an Artemis Student Challenge, where they design, build, and launch their own high-powered rockets. And those students that you saw there in the stands, they were the grand prize winners. So welcome and enjoy the launch. T-minus 14 minutes and counting. Awaiting Crew 7 are 7 crew members at their destination at the International Space Station. I caught up with 3 of them as they were zipping around the Earth.
Hey, Daryl, good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Frank, Stephen, and Woody. Okay, minutes away from liftoff. You're inside the spacecraft. What's it like?
The rocket is a living, breathing machine. We fuel the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad while the crew is on board. I expected that my heart would be racing, but actually it was just so much like training that I felt quite calm.
Well, I'm sure calm will give way to excitement, right, when Crew 7 comes aboard. What do you think that'll be like?
More than anything, it's your friends coming up to station, right? And so you get to hug and greet your friends that you haven't seen for several months. And it's always just a really fun reunion.
You know, they're coming on board. They're going to live on board. It's really exciting to greet them as new friends and crewmates.
Well, those new friends and crewmates, will you have any advice for them when they come on board, like things to do, things not to do?
The awesome thing is that we have an amazing ground team that catches all of it and keeps us honest and keeps us out of trouble. And so you can just kind of relax and enjoy it and just allow yourself to take it in, because it really is a pretty special experience.
Really enjoy your time up here with the people, with the environment, and with the opportunity to work up here and look at the Earth. It's really amazing. Just really enjoy it.
All right, speaking of enjoyment, Do you have a fun way to confirm that you're in space, something you can do? You want to give that move a score, Jessica?
I don't know. It required assistance from 2 crew members, so I don't know. I'll give it an 8.5.
Okay, that was very kind. All right, well, before the Crew 7 got into their spacecraft, they got a picture with the Falcon 9 booster that will take them up into space. There they are on the business end of those 9 Merlin engines. Once we leave planet Earth, these fine folks at Johnson Space Center will take over.
Dragon
This is Mission
SpaceX.
Control.
We are still continuing to assess that sensor and proceeding with the count.
Okay, so as you heard, they're
SpaceX Dragon copies, continuing with the count while the Q's assessed.
still working the sensor, but at the same time continuing to load the propellants on board Falcon. So Jessica, as we count down these last few minutes, you've got the launch team. They're taking a look at a sensor and some of the readings there. At the same time, we're proceeding forward, and they're communicating with the astronauts inside. And so as we get down to these final minutes, any thoughts?
This is an exciting time for the crew. You know, they're probably running through some checklists of their own right now. They may be pretty busy in there, going through those same things that they've done in their simulations so many times before. But I bet it's getting pretty real right now, and hearing those calls about the sensor probably raises a few questions as well, but I know the ground will keep them informed as we go. 10 minutes, it's getting very close.
Indeed it is. And tracking everything are Leah and Ronnie at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Will take us through the rest of the count.
Thanks, Daryl. Our next major countdown event will be at the T-minus 10-minute mark, so coming up here,
And
when the
Dragon
Falcon 9
SpaceX,
launch
stand by for display configuration.
There we go ahead and have the Dragon astronauts are standing by for display configuration, which will let them know that we are even closer to liftoff. The launch commit criteria that we're waiting to hear that call out for are specific thresholds and pieces of information about the entire Falcon 9 system needed to make sure that the rocket is healthy. Of course, we do have many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight.
Coming up on 9 minutes until liftoff today, which is also about the same amount of time it takes to get to orbit, a 9-minute ride. That's about the time we'll see second stage cutoff. A few minutes after that is when we'll see Crew Dragon separate from the second stage. And we'll be listening to some performance calls as we get into the final countdown, of course, and then after liftoff. On the ground, you'll hear SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones. But there are some other calls you'll hear the crew make also after liftoff. These are different abort zones. They come in the form of different number and letter combinations. And these are throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. So the first two are 1A and 1B. They have that name because they're in the first stage. That lasts until they're up to the very north of North Carolina. And the next are 2A through 2E. Those come into play when the second stage is powering Dragon. That takes us from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. Now, a little bit different from the other naming system, you'll hear the call Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland, meaning they would target off the coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and needed to abort. You'll hear those different calls throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from the guidance, navigation, and control officer, as well as the propulsion lead.
One of the next callouts that we're listening for is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started. Right now, the propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open up the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling the engines for the start sequence. We do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really cold, and we use that small amount of LOX to basically prepare the engine hardware. There's a call out for engine chill. So now we're basically preparing that engine hardware to flow all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. Next up, we should hear the call out for Stage 1 RP1 load completion.
And Dragon SpaceX, stand by for final go, but please confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, crew displays are configured for launch.
All right, we heard their crew displays. Those 3 screens from which they can monitor the mission are configured for launch.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
And confirmation that RP1, the densified kerosene or the rocket fuel that propels the crew into orbit, loading is complete on the first stage. We did hear the second stage was completed a short time ago as well. Now T-minus 6 minutes until launch. We are still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. This is the oxidizer we need to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished loading. Coming up, we will hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition to internal power at about 5 minutes until launch. Then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional rigidity and structural support as we get ready for the strong back to retract. It'll move just a couple of degrees at first, and then we'll see it swing open completely at the moment of liftoff. That strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for the prop load and the different gases being loaded on board. So we're continuing to check through a couple of more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark, where we will hear that the liquid oxygen is finished on board the second stage.
Dragon is configured for terminal count, and Dragon's on internal power.
Falcon tanks are pressurizing for strong back recheck.
So there we heard the call out that we are preparing for strong back retract. And as Leah just mentioned, the strong back is that white truss structure that you see on the left side of Falcon 9. Got a better shot of it right there.
Strong back is retracting.
Just before lift. There we heard the call out from Mission Control that we are retracting the strong back now. The strong back is part of the transporter erector, which was used not only to roll Falcon 9 out to the launch pad, but also to raise it into its vertical position. It will retract just about 2 degrees first after those clamp arms open up around the base of Dragon's trunk, and then just before liftoff, we'll actually go all the way back to 45 degrees retracted to give Falcon 9 and Crew 7 room for liftoff.
Now under 4 minutes until launch. Next up, we're looking for the first stage liquid oxygen loading to finish at T-minus 3 minutes. You're starting to see some white clouds on your screen. That is vapor, it's normal. We'll continue to see that build up as we get closer to launch. Obviously, this liquid oxygen that we're loading is super chilled, so a little bit of that will boil off in the hot Florida air.
Stage 1 LOX loading is complete.
Great view of Crew 7 there inside of the Dragon spacecraft, awaiting liftoff just under 3 minutes from now.
Dragon is in terminal count.
Now about 2 minutes and 30 seconds until launch. Next milestone, we're looking up for stage 2 LOX load to complete. Additionally, shortly after that, we'll hear gas closeout begin, isolating the feed lines from the different gas systems for the Falcon 9 rocket. Those will get vented overboard through the umbilicals and the strong back itself.
Stage 2 LOX loading is complete.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Confirmation that stage 2 LOX load is complete. Dragon and Falcon 9 fully fueled.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
There's the gas closeout call that we expected. Additionally, we will be in auto idle. This puts the rocket in a state the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure the transition to final countdown is smooth. Coming up at T-minus 1 minute, we'll hear that Dragon is in countdown. Its computer will switch to countdown mode. We'll also hear that the flight termination system on Falcon 9 is armed.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon's in terminal count.
Dragon's flight computer in countdown and configured for launch, and the flight termination system now armed. Less than a minute until liftoff today.
Dragon, SpaceX,
this flight termination
go for
system.
launch.
Dragon copies, go for launch.
You heard it, Crew 7 getting the go for launch, just 30 seconds away for an on-time launch. At the time of liftoff today, the space station will be flying 260 miles over southeastern Iraq.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine full power. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew 7.
Endurance ascends, an international crew destined for the International Space Station.
Stage 1
That's
propulsion is
1.7
nominal.
million. Good calls from the propulsion officers here. Propulsion's nominal. 1.7 million pounds of thrust on Falcon 9, taking Crew 7 to the International Space Station, now traveling almost 300 miles per hour.
Nominal power and telemetry.
We are just about T plus 45 seconds into the 7th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and right now the vehicle is throttling down to help us pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. There's the call out that Crew 7 is now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Max Q. Stage 1 throttle up.
Confirmation we have moved through max Q and are throttling back up.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Heard that call from Jasmin on Crew 7, as well as confirmation from the ground. The call out for 1 Bravo means we are in the second and final abort mode for the first
MVAC
stage,
chill is
continuing to
underway.
get good performance. We've got engine chill on the second stage MVAC engine. We will then be looking for MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages separating. Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite. We are now coming up on 2 minutes into the flight, the spacecraft traveling over 2,000 miles per hour.
Really incredible nighttime views of Falcon 9 and Crew 7 on your screen right now. So as Leah just mentioned, we are keeping an eye on a couple of critical flight milestones coming up back to back here.
Stage 1 throttle
Those
down.
are going to be MECO, so main engine cutoff now that we're throttling down stage 1, followed by stage separation and second stage ignition.
Main engine cutoff. Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha. MVAC ignition.
So there you heard and saw Miko stage SEP, and hopefully you heard Jasmin call out for the 2 Alpha abort mode just before second stage ignition.
And of course, this is the second stage, powering Dragon on its flight, now traveling almost 4,000 miles per hour. Over 3 minutes since launch, the second stage will continue to power the spacecraft. And our first look at the crew inside. We'll be standing by for SECO. That's the next major milestone for this second stage engine. That comes shortly before 9 minutes into the flight, so we've still got some time on this engine.
So right now, while Crew 7 makes its way to orbit, our first stage booster is making its way back to land. So you may hear the call-outs here on the net shortly that we are in the middle of our boost back burn. Right now, stage 1 is coasting.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Good call-outs there that Dragon is on the right track. And confirmation from Commander Jasmin Moghbeli.
Continuing to see good performance on this lone Merlin vacuum engine on the stage. Also, as we've heard, nominal trajectory. That's the guidance, navigation, and control officer here at SpaceX stating that we are on the correct path. Dragon's pointed in the right direction. The second stage continues firing until, like we mentioned, second stage engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the flight. Right now, we are 4 minutes and 30 seconds since our on-time liftoff, now traveling at 5,000 miles per hour. This single Merlin vacuum engine can provide over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space, doing its job to take our crew to the International Space Station today.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
More good news from Mission Control.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
So with that Bermuda call out, we actually know that the ground station transmitting this flight data back to us is coming from Bermuda.
The crew is currently pulling a little more than 1 G as the second stage engine continues to propel their flight. Continuing to hear good calls to the crew, now 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight, traveling at 6,400 miles per hour. Again, we will continue to see this second stage fire for about 3 more minutes. Shortly after second stage engine cutoff, we will see it separate from Dragon, which will continue its journey.
Now, at this point in the flight, we are just about 15 seconds away from stage 1 entry burn start. At this point, the center engine on Falcon 9 will be lit for just about 10 seconds to help us slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. That's not the only thing helping us on re-entry, though. The first stage sees high drag on re-entry, which scrubs roughly 70% of the velocity by the time the landing burn begins, which you just had great views of on the left-hand side of your screen. Florida Space Coast beginning to come into view in the background. All while Crew 7, of course, on the right-hand side of your screen, lit up by that MVAC engine, continues on its way to orbit.
And we are now coming up on continuing to get good calls as we reach almost 7 minutes into the flight. Crew traveling at 9,400 miles per hour. Again, we still have about 1 minute, 45 seconds left with the second stage propelling the crew.
And of course, we are also expecting that landing burn start from Falcon 9 any second now. Great views.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
Great news there that Stage 1 has successfully landed back at Landing Zone 1 in Florida.
And Stage 2 continues to propel Dragon and our Crew 7 crew members. We now are coming up on SECO, second stage engine cutoff. Again, looking at that about 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the flight. Everything continues as planned today, now traveling over 13,000 miles per hour. Again, we're looking for eventually a good orbital insertion at which we'll be traveling. Good calls here at Mission Control in Hawthorne. And we are standing by for second stage engine cutoff.
Copy, Shannon.
Heard that call for Shannon. That is the call out for Shannon, Ireland, the final abort zone.
MVAC shutdown.
There's audio confirmation, and you can see on your screen that we have had successful second engine cutoff 1 of our MVAC engine.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon.
And good news there that Crew 7.
Nominal orbital insertion.
Dragon, SpaceX.
Awesome to hear.
Disarmed.
That's the first look at the crew, now in microgravity, confirmation of a good Earth orbit insertion. We are now coming up on 10 minutes into the flight. Of course, we saw second stage engine cutoff, and you're actually getting a look at their zero-G indicator there. We'll stand by for them to tell us a little bit more about that shortly, but we are also standing by for second stage separation from Dragon.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
So as Leah mentioned, right now, Dragon and Stage 2 are still attached. Great views of that zero-G indicator there. And what we're doing right now is basically letting any residual dynamics of the vehicle settle out prior to separation. We are expecting that separation event in probably about 90 seconds. Crew looks like they're having a great time up in space, too.
And as we stand by for that separation, shortly thereafter, we'll be looking for the nose cone to begin deploying. That command will be sent, and we'll see it open shortly after. We'll need the nose cone to open to expose those forward bulkhead thrusters, as well as the docking mechanism with which they will use to link up with the International Space Station. After their ride, it's almost 30 hours long. Again, we had liftoff right on time today at 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time. The crew making a smooth journey into orbit. It's now been 11 minutes, 20 seconds since that liftoff. We had confirmation of good orbital insertion, and we are standing by for second stage separation from Dragon.
Great views of Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California. And the SpaceX team standing in the background, standing by for Dragon separation. Of course, you also have continued telemetry readouts from Dragon and Stage 2 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Crew 7, on behalf
we
of the
have
Falcon team, I'd like to welcome you to orbit, and we hope you enjoyed the ride on Falcon 9. Space travel is difficult, even though you make it look easy, so thank you for trusting us to get you up there.
It's not a bad way to spend a day in the office. Stand by for words from the launch director.
Hello, Crew 7. This is Launch Director here on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'm honored to welcome Dragon's first ever all-international crew to orbit. Счастливого пути, Gotor, Iterashai. Godspeed, Crew 7. Cheers.
SpaceX, thanks for the ride. It was awesome. On behalf of Andy, Satoshi, Koshi, and I, we'd like to thank the multitude of people who've led us to this unique moment. We may have 4 crew members on board from 4 different nations, Denmark, Japan, Russia, and the USA, but we're a united team with a common mission. We hope the work we do serves to benefit our beautiful home planet and those on it. As you said, human spaceflight requires an unparalleled level of vigilance and rigor, and we thank all those who prepared not only us, but also this truly impressive spacecraft for flight. Finally, to our families, carry the greater burden of our choice to explore. Thank you. Go Crew 7. Awesome ride.
Really incredibly moving words from Commander Jasmin Moghbeli now that she and her international team are up in space. That is going to end our coverage from Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage, like Leah mentioned, just about 30 hours from now. But for now, I'm going to hand it back over to Daryl and Jessica at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up our launch coverage tonight.
All right, thank you very much, and great job. And Jessica, what a launch.
It was spectacular. Like we said, those night launches are something to see. You see all those bright lights. You see those little nitrogen pulses when that first stage is coming back down. Spectacular.
Phenomenal roar, the thunder, you could feel it in your chest. And then, of course, the booster came back and landed, and that was some extra pop.
Pretty impressive all around. Sights, sounds, and even those feelings.
That's new, of course, to crew, to NASA crew, is bringing the booster back. NASA decided they have a lot of prop margin, propellant that is, and so they burn the first stage a little less and the second stage a little more. It allows them to bring the first stage back and back to land, which is good to see. And so you saw the zero-G indicator floating around. Tell us what it was.
I did. Well, that, Daryl, was a 3-toed sloth. Important distinction, not a 2-toed sloth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so apparently this is one of Andy's kids' favorite animals. And as a family, they were even fortunate enough to see one in the wild in Costa Rica last Christmas when they were on vacation. So it was all kind of fate leading up to this, I think.
How about that? This is Andy Mogensen.
Andy Mogensen, the pilot. That's correct. That's right. And I guess his family calls him the slowest person in the world. So another reason why this 3-toed sloth had such meaning for all of them.
Well, that actual sloth in the capsule looked like it was moving slow as well, but he's got an excuse.
You know, we have a saying in space, and it's often true. Yeah. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And when you rush too much, especially in space, doing a spacewalk or anything that you're doing, you get in trouble. So slow is smooth, and smooth is fast.
Wise words from our veteran space flyer, Jessica Meir, sorry. It's early. Hey, we got some social questions. Let's take a few. You do mind?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's look on our screen here, and here we've got one that says, come Sunday morning. Beautiful shot right there, though, of the spacecraft looking out the back. Boy, that is high-resolution image. Come Sunday morning, Earth Eastern Time, what are the first few tasks the crew will do, and how will they best acclimate and get dialed into their mission?
Well, when we wake up in the morning on board the space station, we open up our computer and we have a plan that lays out our entire schedule for the day, whether it's scientific experiments, hardware, maintenance, whatever it is that you need to get done. I know what this crew will be doing. One of the first things they do, of course, is a safety briefing. So we want to make sure that they have all of the information they need in case they had any kind of situation on the space station where maybe they needed an emergency breathing mask or a fire extinguisher, anything like that. Safety first at NASA, and that's the first thing that we do when you arrive on board the space station as well. The veteran crew that is up there will take them through that, show them where everything is, talk through some of the main messages, and then they'll have a longer session, usually the next day or later that week. They'll get into their crew quarters. Usually your crewmates will do a favor for you and unpack some of your things so you don't have to do all that when you get there. You arrive to your crew quarters and already have some of the things that you need out, maybe even some pictures from home. When I arrived, my crewmates had really taken great care of me. They had decorated my crew quarters. I had pictures of my friends and family. Everything was all laid out, and that really made it a nice, smooth transition, because those first few moments in space, especially when you've never been there before as a rookie, you're not quite that graceful yet. You know, you don't have your space wings quite yet, and you're getting used to just moving around and being in that three-dimensional microgravity environment.
And so you're talking about, you know, getting used to the environment up there, and having a little something from home is important too. You took up a flight kit. These astronauts all have a flight kit. You, in fact, brought a few things that you took up into space. What were a couple of the more meaningful ones that you took?
I did. You know, we often pictures of family and friends, like we've talked about before, or things that represent places we've been and worked. I brought up a picture of my wedding photo of my parents. Unfortunately, my father had passed away before I went to space, so I wanted to have a piece of him up there with me. I brought up some things to represent other things along the way. My home state of Maine. I had a university flag with me from my undergraduate university.
Yeah.
Sometimes we bring up presents for each other because we're up there for birthdays or holidays. Drew Morgan, my crewmate, brought us these harmonicas.
Nice harmonica. And briefly, let's look at the screen here. We can see that the nose cone is deploying, and we have confirmation of it deploying. Beautiful shot there. Of course, the nose cone has to deploy in order for Dragon to connect up to the International Space Station. And once this clears out of the way, it is quite a view. Depending on where Earth is in relation. Okay, looks like we're pointed mostly in space, which makes sense. Sometimes you get an Earth view.
There's a lot of space in space.
There certainly is indeed. And then what else? Oh, you got something special.
Well, my one item that I brought that was my personal kind of selfish item that wasn't for anybody else was my panda. This is Pandemonium.
Oh,
I've had him since I was 5 years old.
Pandemonium.
So he made his way to space with me as well, and we saw a lot of stuffed animals floating with these zero-G indicators. We saw that three-toed sloth, but Pandemonium was up there floating in all of his glory as well. And, you know, these are all just things that remind us of home and really help us share the mission with everybody back home. All of these places and things that have meant something to us along the way, because we did not get there alone. We got there with the support of so many people that helped us. And this mission is for everyone. It's really for all of humankind. So hopefully they can all share in.
Absolutely, and thank you for sharing your flight kit with us. This is especially, I mean, this is a 40-year-old tour right
41
here.
now, yeah.
That's
He's
great.
been around the block.
He just said he wants to go back to space.
He does want to go, but we all want to go back to space. So hopefully he'll have another opportunity.
We just got confirmation that nose cone is fully deployed. And so Dragon is on its way to the International Space Station. Now, a member of Crew 7 will kick off a major study that will give us a comprehensive look at how the human body is affected by time and space. Let's bring in now NASA's Jasmin Hopkins for more.
As we saw this morning, the Commercial Crew Program launches astronauts from American soil, and this enables NASA's human research on the International Space Station. Joining us now to talk more about that is Kurt Costello, ISS Chief Program Scientist. Thank you for joining us, Kurt.
Thanks, Jasmine. It's great to be here this morning.
We are glad to have you here. So how does the Commercial Crew Program better enable NASA's human research?
So the Commercial Crew Program has enabled us to launch again from U.S. soil. And what that means is a lot of our sensitive science that needs to be loaded within the last few hours before we launch can now be quickly transported from our labs here at KSC to the vehicle on the launch pad. So this enables us a late load capability that allows us to get our samples, critical samples, onto the vehicles. And the Commercial Crew Program has also enabled us to launch more frequently and regularly. So a lot of our sensitive investigations that need specific timing for when we get those samples to the space station and then back down are enabled by that program.
That is great, Curtin. Can you tell us a little bit more about the new human research investigation going to be part of Crew 7?
Sure. I think you're referring to CIPHER, and CIPHER is not just one investigation, but 14 in one. And what it is really setting out to do is to help us understand whether we have risk
from my wife.
to humans being in
Hey,
space
I'm always
for longer than 6
the last to leave the house whenever we're going anywhere. Personally, I think it's with good reason. But they say I'm the slowest person alive, which is also why it's a three-toed sloth, not a two-toed sloth, because apparently that would be too fast for me. So welcome to space, Sasha the sloth.
And Dragon, we appreciate the introduction to your zero-G indicator and noting that that is probably officially now the fastest sloth ever.
This is Satoshi. It's nice to be in space, and I'm very glad to see happy faces. 日本の皆さん、国際宇宙ステーションへ、再びして着実に仕事をしてきます。
Yes, I'm very excited. First of all, a few words in Russian, then in English. Всем большое спасибо, огромное восхищение тем, как мы прокатились на ракете, мы в космосе. Невероятно. Полет в космос – это результат действий скоординированных тысяч людей, которые работают в разных странах. Всем большое спасибо. Роскосмос, НАСА, ESA, JAXA, SpaceX. Моим друзьям и семье большое спасибо. Thank you very much for all your hard work. SpaceX, Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA, and all the partners involved in manned spaceflight. That's a proud example of how much we can achieve working together in harmony. Let's continue. Cool. Thanks a lot to everyone, to my family as well. Thanks.
SpaceX copies all. Thank you for the kind words. And Jaws, if you are ready to copy, I do have some upcoming words on the phase burn.
Expect a loss of signal. Good, Haley.
SpaceX Dragon is ready to copy.
Okay, wanted to give you an update that we are going to be losing TDRS for voice comms for about 15, that's approximately 15 minutes, which is going to include that upcoming phase burn per your displays. We do have a ground station pass during that burn prep, so you will actually be able to call us in the blind. However, you will be LOS during the burn. There's no concerns, but we'll pick you back up at 0819 Zulu, which will be right after the burn, and we'll confirm that burn performance. How copy?
SpaceX Dragon copies all. We'll lose you on TDRS for the phase burn, but we can make calls via the ground station in the blind, and we'll catch you on the backside at 0819.
Good readback.
Okay, you just heard some communication between Commander Jasmin Moghbeli and SpaceX's launch team. Just saying they're going to lose TDRS connectivity, which will, during the burn, they'll be unable to communicate, but they've got a ground station that will catch them on either side of that. So communication will be established before and after the burn. Earlier, we heard some words from Andy Mogensen. Of course, you told us that that was a sloth. Wasn't sure that we were going to be able to, get some words from him, but it was good to hear from him and the other crew members about, now that they're in space and sharing a message with the world.
Absolutely, and we got a name, Sasha the sloth.
Sasha the sloth, the fastest moving sloth ever to be a sloth.
Yeah, among the legendary, famous stuffed animals in space.
That's
now
right.
It's a thing.
Joins the long list of them, and so Jasmin, Andreas, Satoshi, and Konstantin are on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 8:39 Eastern Time tomorrow. NASA TV, well, we will be wrapping up our coverage, but you can follow along with Crew 7's entire ride to the station and hear real-time audio from that space to ground, which we were listening to just then, on our mission audio stream on YouTube. Make sure you look for the link on our NASA social media accounts and in the description of the NASA YouTube launch broadcast. And though our coverage here at Kennedy Space Center is concluding, Crew 7's mission has only just begun. They'll get to the International Space Station in about 30 hours. It's going to be a long ride, but then they'll be able to meet and join, I should say, Crew 7 to Crew 6, and that'll be quite a ceremony.
Absolutely. You know, these first missions, these first moments in space are absolutely unforgettable. I'll never forget that. Feeling weightlessness for the first time. You're still strapped in your seat, but everything starts lifting up, your arms, your pencils, anything that was on the floor, the zero-G indicator, everything. And I remember looking across at my crewmate, just sharing those moments and those smiles. I know how happy that crew is right now. I am so excited for them and their mission. It will take a little while, 30 hours, like you said, to get to space station, but they are in space right now, and I know they're enjoying every minute. Congratulations, Crew 7. We are so excited for you. This is going to be an incredible mission on the International Space Station.
Great words, Jessica. Appreciate those. And Crew 6 will be coming back down in about a week. They'll have a roughly 5-day handover, and then they'll return. Next up for us is our post-launch news conference scheduled at 5 a.m. Eastern Time on NASA TV. And of course, we'll have live joint coverage of docking and the Crew 7 welcome ceremony starting tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time on NASA TV, as well as SpaceX's YouTube channel. You can find mission updates on X, at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov, including, again, the link to that mission audio stream if you want to stick around with Crew 7 and be with them on their entire journey. Well, before we sign off from Kennedy, I want to thank Jessica Meir for being here on the launch broadcast and sharing your incredible experiences and all your insight, answering the questions, bringing pandemonium and showing them off. Thank you so much. We really appreciate having an astronaut, and especially you today on Crew 7 to share this with us.
Well, it is absolutely my pleasure. Any good day when a rocket ignites is a great day for astronauts all around the planet. So we wouldn't miss out on it for the world. Very happy to be here and excited to share this moment with all of you. Thanks so much.
And a huge thanks as well to all of our guests for joining us today, but most importantly, thank all of you for watching. For everyone here at NASA and SpaceX, have a great morning and keep looking up. We leave you now with a look back at highlights from suit up to liftoff. So we've got Crew 7, and they are doing their suit checkouts. And here they come, the astronauts walking down the hallway at astronaut crew quarters. And here they come, Crew 7, taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
Here they go, doors are closing.
This begins the drive across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. And there's Jasmin Moghbeli, the commander, and Andreas Mogensen, our pilot. There go our pilot and commander carefully getting in. And here come our mission specialists, Konstantin Borisov, and on the right, Satoshi Furukawa. Technicians working to close that side hatch.
1, engines full power, and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew 7.
Endurance ascends, an international crew destined for the International Space Station.
Stage 1 propulsion is
1.7
nominal.
million. Good calls from the propulsion officers here. Propulsion's nominal.